Yeah, okay. Technology worked. We are live. So if you have tuned in, welcome to the 177th Global Star Party. The theme tonight is Mysteries in the Shadows, and we've got a great lineup for you. Um, our our chief uh, introduction guru, David Levy, is on the road right now. I think he's up in Michigan, is what I've heard. And so he won't be joining us tonight, or he might be joining us later. Um, but we will get things going here. So thanks again. Well, hello everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and this is the 177th Global Star Party, Mysteries in the Shadows. Uh, the, um, the theme really captured my imagination after reading about the possible confirmation of dark matter, and so it is. I think it's still something that's quite up in the air, literally, but um, but there is a area. I think it's in the center part of the Milky Way. Maybe you can help me out a little bit, Mr. Eicher. Um, and there was like this area that was taken from 15 years, I think, of the Fermi lab, um, and they found a area that might I guess could very easily be explained by the behavior of what they think dark matter does. But what do you know about that, David?
Well, it's intriguing, but it's a finding, and we've been looking for what the culprit is to explain dark matter since 1932, since Jan Oort and Fritz Zwicky and others hypothesized it. So we know that dark matter exists. We don't know what the particle or other explanation is really yet to explain it, but
Mm-hmm.
that's something that the Large Hadron Collider and other colliders on Earth, you would hope optimistically should have been able to find the particle that is responsible for dark matter. It hasn't as yet. So it's still a mystery, but this finding is intriguing. But again, we're in a world where every news agency at every institution wants us to leap, for this would be a Nobel Prize winning discovery,
Oh, absolutely.
if we
Sure.
find the nature of dark matter. I don't know that we're there yet, but it's certainly intriguing and an interesting possibility.
Right. Yeah. I I was reading he is a Japanese professor, I think, in physics, and so I think I'm going to study up on it a little bit more. Maybe write a blog about it. I was looking at his paper. It's pretty technical, but you know, if indeed he's the guy, then it's a monumental moment, for sure.
It would
So
be a very, very big deal. And of course, science in the olden days, there were breakthrough, huge discoveries that redefined things, Newton and gravity, Einstein and relativity. Those are very, very rare things. Now it's more a sort of a struggle and a buildup of a large amount of evidence in a certain direction that will convince us that we're on the right track. And so we'll see, if a lot of other research groups can back this up and other explanations are eliminated, then, maybe we're closing in on something. I think it's a little too early to say, though.
yeah, I think so too. I think
Yep.
so too. But
Very intriguing, though.
They
very
even,
intriguing.
they even, David, I'm sure you read about this, Ursa Major 3, which is a tiny, tiny companion galaxy to the Milky Way with about 60 stars, does, they think, have dark matter enough to hold it together, and it's classified as a galaxy by some astronomers. Others question that, but it's kind of interesting.
Very interesting, yeah. And of course, the dividing line between dwarf galaxies that are being shredded over time,
Yeah.
by larger galaxies near them and globular clusters. Now, we know that several of the largest globular clusters are really sort of failed galaxies, including Omega Centauri and so on. So
M54. Yeah.
and M54,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. Yep. So it's, I don't think we're quite there yet, but it's been a long time. We're coming up on a century of knowing that dark matter exists just from the rotation curves of galaxies, let alone other things, and we still don't know what it is. So, and even if we solve that, then, a much larger fraction, more than 3/4 of what the universe is made of, the mass/energy. We have no idea what dark energy is, so there are major problems to solve yet. We don't know everything and how the universe works by a long shot yet.
By a long shot.
Not to say that that there are people who say, well, because we don't know what dark matter and dark energy is, you don't know anything about anything at all. And that's
About
not,
anything.
of course. So we do understand, we believe scientifically and empirically with hundreds of thousands of repeated observations about certain things in the universe, gravity, relativity, et cetera, et cetera. But these are the two overarching huge questions to solve, and I hope that we solve them in our lifetimes. It would be exciting to
It
know
would be very
what
exciting.
such big components of the universe are.
I'm going to have to pop in here for a moment in this discussion for two things. One is to point out that one of the wonderful things right now is that we have so much data to use to try to match our mathematical models for the universe. And the Gaia satellite giving us, 5 million different targets and then 5 to 7 years of data of the movement of the stars of different parts of our galaxy that we can then correlate, and we can find out what's moving together and try to trace back whether it's a failed galaxy, whether it's a galaxy that was absorbed and this part retained its gravitational center. These are questions that potentially could be answered in our lifetime because of the sheer amount of data. And that's not including the 800,000 alerts we got from the Vera Rubin telescope observatory just a couple of days ago. But the other thing I want to point out, and this is something that happens with my students every year, is this concept of dark matter, dark energy, and the mysteriousness of it and how much we don't know. And we've started doing something with our first semester mechanics class, and I frame it in terms of dark. So what we do is we have a simple system. We're trying to find the value for gravitational acceleration on Earth. And they find that the model doesn't work the way it should because we're not accounting for friction. So now we account for friction and we change the model and it still doesn't quite work. So we're like, okay, well, our model has the things we know. So there's some other inertial element. Let's call this dark inertia. We don't know what it is yet, but we know that it's a slower acceleration than we expect. So there must be some additional amount of stuff or inertia to get past to move the system. And 5 weeks later, when they learn about rotational inertia and angular momentum and rotational kinetic energy, we go back and say, weren't there pulleys that were rotating when we did this system to try to calculate the amount of gravitational acceleration? Did we account for that? We didn't. And so the dark inertia now has something to point to because we've learned one more concept. So the question here isn't that we don't know it. There's a concept missing. There's some disconnect, and that's the dark. And that's how all of science always progresses, is identifying what we don't know and then probing if that affects what we thought we knew.
There's a hypothetical subatomic particle called the axion.
Yes.
And that would explain dark matter beautifully if it were responsible. Problem is, nobody's found an axion yet. So we're, right at home plate still, but it'll be interesting to follow the story and see where it goes.
And to go full circle with what Scott was saying, that part of the galaxy that they've identified, the signature that they could attribute to dark matter fits the machos better than it does the axion, which makes it even harder to say whether that is the model that we want to go with.
Yeah. Now, is it dark matter or dog matter? Is what
Dog matter.
Yeah, Scott there. Okay.
That's where all the dark matter is.
It's dog hair, right? It's the dog hair left over on furniture. That's the dark matter.
It's in between the dog hairs. Yes. That's right. It's sticky, so it gets all over everything, and so that's what I think it is. So, anyways, you saw kind of sideways view of my dog there.
Hey.
So anyhow, yeah, she's constantly scratching at my door here. Anyhow,
He wants he made it onto the
I
show.
the other thing that happened, I mean, early this morning, astronomically, was the eclipse. How was your? Did you get to see it at all, Mr. Eicher? You did see it, right?
I got up early in the morning, and the eclipse, in with perfect poetic justice, was visible straight out my bedroom window. So I got up, rubbed,
Nice.
walked
You just
over to the
like kind
window,
of
and
rub your eyes and then
yeah,
just go, oh
I
yeah,
wasn't
okay. And
dreaming.
then,
I saw Earth's shadow, and it seemed to be pretty dark and reasonably rare
uh-huh.
to me. And again, I just, awakened, so I didn't observe it carefully, but it was still going on. And it's still, as you guys know, when you go to an eclipse, especially a solar eclipse, but any kind of eclipse, people are mesmerized that you can
Yes.
calculate exactly when this is going to happen, and you tell them, well, it was actually since the days of Johannes Kepler, we could do that down to fairly
Go
precise.
back further. The
Further,
solar
much
cycle
further.
that was determined by the Babylonians. I mean,
Yeah.
this
So,
goes
so
into ancient knowledge.
yeah, people actually who have never seen a solar eclipse will cry. I mean, it's an emotional thing for them to see. They'll
Yes.
cry, for the first time. And you thought, geez, I didn't realize I ruined your vacation. And they said, no, I'm so happy. I can't believe it. But so it is a powerful thing. As we say, the motions, the symphony of the heavens, if you will, is very dramatic. And I think it's a reminder to people that there are lots of things out there. It's an extremely large universe, and there's a lot more going on than there is on our little planet here, so
Right.
it strikes people at a fundamental place when they see something like that.
Oh yeah.
Seeing the shadow move across the lunar surface is something that kind of stays with you for a little bit when you get a chance to see it. Even clouds like we had here, the start of the eclipse before it went behind deep, thick clouds, you could see that the moon was no longer a full disk. You could see that the shape cut out of it was an arc. And yeah, Cesar, you got to see it as well, right?
Uh, Sorry, we don't see that because it was totally
Yeah, the cloud.
cloudy in the morning. Yes, yes, yes. It will be only for the morning, but it was impossible to watch something.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
In
when you
August, I
see the
think that we
hieroglyph,
have another one.
yes, August, we've got a great one coming in August. That one's going to
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
nice. And it's
Sure,
earlier
sure.
for us as well. West Coast, I think it starts just before sunset, so you'll see it already. The penumbral will already be on it before it rises on the West Coast.
I think that yes, but remember that in South America we are so to the east that
You'll get it.
people here in the west, especially in Bariloche, they was looking for something, but we don't have reports of nothing.
Yeah. I mean, the horizon, you
Clouds.
don't have much space before it drops
Yes,
below.
and do you have sure? And do you here in the west? Do you have the Cordillera de los Andes? And if you have the things so low, are impossible to see. The towns in the near to the Cordillera, maybe they you lost maybe the first 20 degrees because the Cordillera is so high and. In Chile, they are watching over the sea, and maybe I don't know, but maybe they had some opportunity. But some things in the west are complicated because in the Argentinian side, you have the problem of the high mountains.
Yeah. I have to say, 2 weeks ago, I was kind of surprised David Eicher wasn't back down in Antarctica to show us, the annular down there.
You know, once is enough going to Antarctica. No kidding. You know, it's a big ordeal. It was fun. I'm glad I did it. I'm not looking to go back.
You're not going back, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
I heard
Wow.
from one of the scientists at Concordia Research Station, and they were saying that I think it was like a day and a half before there was a howling storm of ice, and it was like minus 55 plus wind chill after that, and so they did get to see a little bit of it, but they were not planning to brave the cold because it was just miserable conditions for a few days around there.
Okay, I don't want to hijack the discussion, but I need to say something about Wisconsin. Now, this was the summer in the Southern Hemisphere when I went there December 2 years ago. It was warmer in Antarctica than in
What?
Milwaukee. No
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
Okay?
Really?
About
Sure.
10 degrees warmer Fahrenheit.
Yep.
I said I got to move from Wisconsin to Texas.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
This is why I was so
Oh.
surprised Antarctica got hit with that, because it was coming out of summer for them, right? Like it was coming into fall for them.
It was, 5 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit
Wow.
in Antarctica.
Oh, it's a
which was
warm
really,
day.
really warm for
Yeah.
Antarctica. And
Yeah.
we were down at the base camp, about halfway between the coast and the pole. But it was chilly, but it didn't feel that bad coming from Wisconsin.
It wasn't Chile, it was Antarctica. Chile was, where you left from.
Chile
We
is
went-
not-
And that's where you leave
Much
to go
further
to
south.
Antarctica is Chile.
Yeah.
You're there for a few days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. But it's
Well-
summer in the south hemisphere is here now is just 25 degrees centigrade degrees. But I went all February in Europe.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But
And that's going to be Caesar's talk today.
Yes.
He's going to talk about he went to go
yes,
to
watching the north, the north sky.
Galileo's museum. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was an interesting opportunity because normally you are thinking maybe in another cities about Galileo, but the Medici family, the strong, powerful Medici collection was about Galileo too, and the science instruments, and this was interesting. It's not about Galileo, maybe my talk. It's not the museum and the curation, how they thought about Galileo. But it was a surprise for me in Firenze. Found this particular connection between science instrument collections and Galileo. Sometimes I went to Europe or I went to Italy, especially because I'm Italian citizen too, and it's connected with my accents. But when I saw this Galileo Museum, I say, okay, it's something that I can connect
Sure.
with my culture and all that I thought about Galileo. How connect this time, not only the religious things, because it's mostly we talk about the religion antagonism with science, if not something that when you see the instruments of the time before Galileo, is unstoppable. The discover and the think of Galileo, impossible to stop. Not only thinking in the Ptolemaic shapes or geometry, if not the time, the Renaissance was going to explode in that moment, and was impossible to Galileo to say, no, I don't see anything. It's very interesting. Yes, maybe that's something, I have something philosophical in my mind, talking about this museum, is because it's a collection, but are talking about another things.
Yeah. There were people, though, that, Galileo's trying to get people to look through the telescope. He had, I think in Florence, I think he might have conducted some of the first outreach in astronomy. He was inviting, I think there was a group of lawyers that he wanted to look through his telescope. And he was trying to get his peers also to look through the telescope. And some of them refused. They didn't want to look, because I guess one guy really famously didn't want to look because he thought that it would ruin his ability to be what people thought of as an astronomer, which was all naked eye work at that time. And, so
I don't want to
I
ruin.
think I would have wanted to look,
I don't want to ruin anything Cesar is going to say, but if you go to the Science Museum in Florence, you can see, among many other things, one of Galileo's fingers. Just
Did
keep
you
that
Yeah,
in
yeah.
mind.
Yes, I
And
have
it's
a
not
video.
just
Yes, yes.
it's
I
not
took
just
the picture of the finger. Absolutely,
and
absolutely, David.
it's not just any finger either. You can follow that up.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yes,
Yeah, it's
yes.
You've probably seen it, right,
it's the
David?
middle finger. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it's a middle finger.
That
Yeah,
may or
yeah,
may
yeah.
not have any meaning.
I can show you.
Yeah.
I
Did
can
it have
show
any
you
meaning at the
which is.
time? I mean, we're
Well,
talking
I
the
can show
200
you
years ago.
relationship he
with
had with
this. No, in another way.
the relationship he had with certain institutions, that they preserved his middle finger as a relic, as they did at the time, relics of saints, in churches too.
Mhm.
And it's not just any finger,
Absolutely.
it's the middle finger, so you can make that of that what you
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
Totally, totally, and I think that I was impressive for me
Yeah.
the how do you say the potential message of this finger, and especially because when you think in the end of medieval time, where do you have a mix between the interesting is coming. For example, we went the day before go to the Galileo Museum, to the Uffizi Gallery.
Yep.
Actually, or maybe in the last years, they make a curate where you start to watch pictures from the medieval tables over wood without any sense of perspective or geometry of the perspectiva, and you are going every decade to go to another room to watch a little better draw, where you say the first they say, come on, after the Romans they can't write, they can draw, and you can understand what in the minds of these people thinking, how they can prepare to understand the ideas of Galileo, telling the not perfect solid, telling that we are not the center of the universe, or blah blah blah, and exploding everything. When you go to the saloon where you have the spring, you watch the spring, or the Renaissance of Venus of Botticelli, and explode in your the mind of the people explode maybe in 30 years in nothing, in the time where the humanity turning on his brain, and of course Galileo turning on, they had totally turning on his brain, because when he exposed to the Senate of Venezia, and it's a disaster for the people that they don't turn on his brain, religious people, and very interesting in other things. I think that he don't have the lack of and others consider herejes is in Spanish, but I don't remember in English. When you say the people against the religion, well, like something the paganic or diabolic, and maybe because Medici protect him something, but
He was close to that family.
well, yes, but if not, it is crazy. But in few times, in few decades earlier, the history say yes to him because in the end of my talk, I show you something that maybe you watched in the museum, that they preserve like a small hem, the lens of one of the telescope.
Mhm.
And the idea of preserving something like a gem and it's a lens is talking in the end the acceptation of science, the acceptation of observation, a lot of things more, and the real renaissance of the mind of the humanity.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing that I found in my visit. This was beautiful.
Lovely.
That's great. That's great. Did you visit, before we transition over to David Eicher here, did you visit any of the other historic sites where Galileo maybe did some of his work, or
Well, and of course,
what is there to
Galileo
see in Florence?
and Galileo's house, of course, is in Arcetri, that's just up into the mountains outside of Florence, very
Oh,
close.
okay.
So that's where he did all of his work, and also was imprisoned then in the last part of his life.
Bummer.
Yeah, by the
So,
church,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, something that I'll show you. It's the last portrait of Galileo. I found something that was so emotional for me because the portrait that is in the Uffizi gallery is have a small lágrima in his eyes. Sorry, I listen. Okay. He have a small tear in his eyes.
Oh,
Yes. Have a when you the tears channel sometimes in old people is normally closed. Many times when you see old people, you can see a tear over this part of the eyes, and the painter, the artist, he captured this. And when you saw an emotional old Galileo, and you see this picture,
yeah.
the picture where maybe was painted at maybe 2 or 3 meters from the real Galileo, you can see that. A new thing in a Galileo in jail, in prison, in his home, and is amazing. Was for me so emotional, thinking in this poor guy, old man, a hero, and thinking in this the first time that I thought in this so particular thing. Maybe David Aker that visited, maybe he could see that, and because maybe you take a picture. In my pictures is not no something that you can see, but you are watching the real painting, you can see these tears over this part, It's something emotional, something, and the sea. He's watching a little for something upstairs. Wow, was amazing. It's a part of the history, a part of a hero of the science, or
Yes. The guy I'm thinking of that refused to look through Galileo's telescope was also named Caesar. Okay. Cremonini, I think is how you pronounce his last name.
the
But I
the
know
la-
Cesar Brolo would definitely have looked through a telescope. Yeah, but I guess Cremonini was so admired during his time, and he was, of course, a peer living at the same time Galileo was, that many members of royalty around Europe had portraits of Cremonini in their homes. And so, I mean, somebody that's revered, kind of has the voice of what was to be believed about science at the time, and and he was considered to be a staunch Aristotelian. This guy would have definitely believed that the universe all revolves around Earth, and so that kind of friction, though, is something that's experienced, I think, anytime something new is kind of introduced. I remember when the LX200, I was with Mead Instruments at the time, we introduced the LX200. I can't tell you how many older amateur astronomers came up to me and said, Scott, your company is ruining the hobby of amateur astronomy by introducing these computers to the telescopes. They're automatically finding stuff, and they felt like if you couldn't find it with a pair of binoculars or a star chart, finder charts or whatever, that you weren't a real astronomer, But it all starts back, this kind of friction starts with Galileo and his telescope, and then it happened again, perhaps during, who was it, Fraunhofer, that develops the German equatorial mount. That's got to be cheating, right? It's got setting circles. It's got, a way to track this stuff so you're not pushing the telescope. So there had to be people that thought that was somehow cheating, and, and so on and so on. And now, I've gotten a hold of, although I haven't quite used it yet, this thing. Have you guys seen this yet? This is called the Smart Eye by Pegasus Astro,
oh,
right? And so it's a camera. So instead of looking through an eyepiece, you're going to be looking through an eyepiece that's going to be staring at a monitor inside of there. But so I really want to compare this against, my visual views through a telescope versus what I might see, through a monitor like that. And I'm kind of having a lively discussion with the company that makes smart telescopes, because their telescopes too, you're just seeing the image and you're not seeing the raw visual image. So, and there's some people that feel, there's some friction there too. Are they doing real astronomy or not?
no, it's real.
Because I know that there's many people that take pride in seeing something very faint, very hard to detect.
We still
What's
have
your
a few
take on that,
astronomers.
Chuck?
We still have a few in our club who say if you didn't make the mirror yourself,
Right, I remember those guys.
your observations don't count.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
There's
right.
there's
That's right.
there's a mix
Yep.
of The main thing is getting people to look up. Whatever tools you use, if you get them to look up, if you get them to become curious, the next step is understanding and trying to poke at what we said at the start, what we don't know.
We don't know. That's right. Well, I think at this point we should segue over to David Eicher, and then we'll get through the rest of our presenters tonight. But Cesar, thank you very much for telling us about your experience in Italy with the
It's
museum.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure,
Yeah.
really.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I've got everybody multi-pinned here. There we go. There we are. And here we are. And David, you got the stage, man. So you're going to be talking about I Heart Pluto, maybe a little bit about Starmus.
Had a couple of weeks ago, I think it was now, in Flagstaff, the annual I Heart Pluto Festival, which we do there every year. And, you know, I don't have a poem like David usually has for us, but I do have a nice little saying about Pluto. You know, the heart-shaped reflective area on the planet that has been named Tombaugh Regio, you know, is a very prominent
Oh yeah,
planet.
it's a beautiful heart, right?
Passed by, you know, and imaged in 2015. So I think that we can think of Pluto as the little planet with a big heart in the heart of a big solar system. With apologies to Fred Willard.
I think that's very good.
Yeah, so that's all I got for poetry.
That's all you got, huh? Okay.
Poetry, yeah, yeah.
Well, I got my I Heart Pluto sticker here, so I picked
Yeah.
that up at the AAS meeting, and I know it's a fantastic event. What were the highlights of I Heart Pluto?
So
this
there
year?
are several days of activities that happen at Lowell Observatory up on Mars Hill. And I'll show some slides, so I'll get to some of the stuff about Lowell in a moment. But the main event I'll talk about as well, and maybe I should go ahead and start my
Yeah, go ahead.
screen sharing. Forgive me here, I haven't done this in a little while here. Let me share the right screen, and then maybe you will be able to see, and I'll allow that.
There you go.
And can I start the, forgive me for 1 second. How do I get to start the slideshow here? I'm kind
Is
of
that the slide of the
There we go.
Virginian there?
Okay, some things just moved out of the way. So let's start a slideshow, and there we should have a screen.
There you go.
With Pluto, with the aforementioned Tombaugh Regio in part visible there. So anyway, it's celebrating Pluto more or less on the anniversary of its discovery. Of course, Clyde Tombaugh discovered Pluto in February 1930, and then he went to the movies in Flagstaff, and so we get together to celebrate that as well. And we hold the main event on a weekend Saturday night of the I Heart Pluto Festival in the Orpheum Theater, which is where Clyde went to see it. What do you do after you discover a planet? And we can talk about planetary status too, if you'd like to. You go see a movie. Well, apparently, and Clyde went and saw Gary Cooper in The Virginian, from which this is a still. So you go to a movie theater and you see a Western in 1930 that was still a relatively primitive film at the time. So we gather there every year and we have a discussion about Pluto and its status and what it means to us and planets and the outer solar system and the Kuiper belt and everything you can imagine in the Orpheum Theater, which is the space where Clyde was on that night. So we had this time some of our usual guys, Alan Stern, who of course was the project scientist on the New Horizons mission, great friend of ours, great guy, brilliant guy, one of the leading guys who has argued to retain Pluto's planetary status rather than dwarf planet. And we can talk about that if you want to. Chad Trujillo, who's at Northern Arizona University, he's a California guy who has also done a lot of work on outer solar system bodies and discovered quite a number of them much more recently than 1930. Andy Chaikin, who's a good pal, who has done a lot of writing about astronomy and space. He's very interested in Pluto as well. He's done a lot of writing about the space program. You may know his books over the years about Apollo and lots of other space related things. So we had a couple of hundred people in the Orpheum Theater talking about Pluto for the evening. And then there are also talks of various kinds that are more informal up at Lowell Observatory. And of course, the people who go to the observatory during this period want to see all the telescopes and all that kind of stuff too, which I'll show a couple of pictures of. And I had a show and tell of some things that I brought of Pluto interest, which I'll show you here in a moment as well. So one thing that I brought is an ordinary first edition copy of Percival Lowell's book on Mars. And as you can see, if you're sharp-eyed here,
did you say an ordinary first edition?
Yeah, it's an ordinary first edition. And you can see here the Dr. Lowell and the producers of the book drew canals right on the cover of the book there, which you can see in the photo there. So they were out there making the case. And if that wasn't good enough for you, then one of the other books that I have here of Uncle Percy's is Mars and Its Canals.
And its canals.
So they'll leave no doubt. Clearly enough with the first book. Sorry, Scott. What was that?
I said to leave no doubt that that there are canals.
Right there it is. Yeah. Okay. So try to refute that. All right.
Yeah.
And that's still not good enough for you. If pure canals aren't important enough or exciting enough, how about the third book that I can show you here of Uncle Percy's, Mars as the Abode of Life. All right. Okay. Now you laugh. Are you skeptical there of you're laughing. Okay. And of course we know that those were not canals, and Schiaparelli's translation problem, canali didn't mean canals and all that sort of thing. So anyway, Percy wasn't right with Martian canals. Maybe there are, microbes that exist on Mars in the surface aquifers. We don't know. There's certainly not a civilization building canals for irrigation. We know that now there because of our wonderful spacecraft.
Yes.
So another thing that I brought to show people of interest in the Eicher collection here, I found from a book dealer a number of years ago. This is Worcester's Pronouncing Spelling book. It was published in 1865. This is not part of the Civil War collection, but it was Percival Lowell's childhood spelling book. And you can see his pencil signature there on the title page. Also, his sister Elizabeth, who went by Bessie as a child, signed the book as well. Here's Lowell's signature. As you can see, there's an image of it there, and there it is live. And what's kind of neat about this, how this was floating around 160 years later at a book dealer in Boston, I'll never know, but I pounced on that when I found it. What's kind of interesting, there are notations and writings as children all through it. This is a picture of, I don't know if you can see that at all, but that's Percival and his sister as children about the time that they had this book there in their early lives.
They're both
in
wearing
those
dresses.
days, by the way, boys and girls, they all dressed them in dresses, back in the day. But what's kind of neat, this spelling book has very late in it a section here, I'll get to it, on astronomical signs of several pages. So we'll never know but could this have been the first exposure that young Percy had to astronomy as a subject? You know, we
Certainly
know.
would have been a young impression, I would think.
Yes, indeed, when he was learning to read and write and so on, and there you can see the scorpion pouncing out at us here.
Yeah.
So you know, we'll never know, but there is one of the early influences of Percy and his astronomical interests. Now, I was not old, and I'm not old enough to have been around to meet Percival Lowell. I don't want to disappoint you right off
What?
the bat here. But I was old enough to know Clyde Tombaugh very well, and I hung around with him a lot with David Levy and Brian Skiff and other people. And so back in the day, so one time I was at the Texas Star Party, okay, and I couldn't find my sketchbook. And this was in the early era of Big Dobbs, and David Higgins had his 25-inch Dobsonian there, and I wanted to make some sketches. Clyde was sitting around, and you know, Clyde was enamored, if you don't know this, with puns, and the puns were about crows. Okay, now why this is, nobody exactly knows, but I have a list of them in Clyde's handwriting here. What do crows drink? Does anyone want to venture a guess?
Um,
And mind you,
well, I
these
think they eat crow.
and these were from the 1920s and 30s, mind you. Old Crow, which was, I think, a brand of cheap whiskey back then. So let me ask you this. Who was the first man to see a crow? Well, the Cro-Magnon, of course. And these don't, let me just tell you, these don't get any better.
Ouch.
Okay, so you might as well laugh now. Okay, but so anyway, these go on and on. You know, Clyde's list of puns that he loved. But all of a sudden, Clyde says, you know, and this was when he was in his 80s and he was stooped, you know, and he had some spinal curvature. So he was even smaller than he had been originally. But all of a sudden, Clyde's, oh, I'm sitting on the book. You know, so of course we had to make Clyde sign it. I sat on this book, Clyde W. Tombaugh. Levy signed it. It was my chair, and I signed it. It's my book. You know, so there's that page from the sketchbook. So those are some Lowell and Tombaugh
Oh,
artifacts,
cool.
and we enjoyed all of this. Of course, Lowell Observatory a decade or so ago commenced the 4.3 meter. This is the Lowell Discovery Telescope. So this is one of the larger telescopes outside of Chile and the Canary Islands now. And so we posed there, went up and saw it and had fun. And this is what we called back in the day the Pluto camera. It's now called the Pluto Discovery Telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it's worth a little more, doesn't it? But we always called it the Pluto camera, and they moved it back now to the original dome on Mars Hill. For many years, it was out at Anderson Mesa, but it's back in the original location when Clyde used it to discover Pluto. Of course, the largest and most famous instrument there on refractor there on Mars Hill is the 24-inch Clark, and this is the telescope. Not only did Lowell use this for his work on Mars and many other things, but it actually did a lot of really important science, among other things, discovering, you know, VM Slipher discovered the recessive velocities of spiral nebulae, as they were then known in 1912. This was a decade before Hubble, that the universe was expanding, the first clues of that. And he also discovered, which is a big deal in a lot of ways, the interstellar medium with this telescope and the so-called Slipher spectroscope, that there's a lot of stuff out there in between the stars. So this is a really important telescope from the early days of astronomy. And this is really unique. Lowell is both really a really cool museum and a current research organization, which is very unusual for this kind of an institution these days. And of course, if you walk right outside the dome of the 24-inch Clark, you can see Percy himself. Well, you can't see him himself. He's in here in his tomb. but Lowell is buried on Mars Hill as well. He died in 1916. And so he's been in this tomb ever since. And they put a covering dome over the sort of bluish glass original dome so that it wouldn't be damaged. But this is the tomb of Percival Lowell, which is up on Mars Hill as well.
Can you, David, do they ever
Yes.
open the tomb? I mean, can you go in there?
Only under extraordinarily rare circumstances that are very special. They don't do it for ordinary visitors and folks.
I see.
As if they've now sort of redone some of the museum artifacts. And I hate to break any hearts, but the A and B plates, the Pluto Discovery plates, are replicas that are in the museum center now, which used to be the Planetary Research Center. And the originals are actually, you know, in storage. Back in the day, I've seen the originals many, many times. The Smithsonian had the A plate for many years. Lowell had the B plate for many years, and now the Smithsonian sent the A plate back. But back in the day, Brian Skiff used to pull out the plate, pull it out of its jacket, you know, that had Clyde's
Oh my God.
notations on it, and
Yeah.
hold big glass plate up and see, here's Delta
There
J,
it is.
here's Pluto. And you'd think, you know, if this guy drops this plate, this is going to be the low point of my existence. You know, so we don't do that anymore. They're in careful storage. But as is Percy himself here.
Well, going back to Cesar talking about Galileo, the museum and stuff, I think that they have one of his objective lenses on display, but it's cracked.
Galileo.
So I imagine there was something just like that. And, you know, they were just saying, and here is Galileo's lens. And
Now
oops.
you're talking about Galileo's lenses. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Galileo had multiple telescopes of the same aperture that he
Sure.
used early on. And in the first observing season, even when he was in Padua, before he came to the Florence area, he used several, and they all had this same low power. So it's not exactly clear which one his first observations of the Jovian satellites, the stellar nature of the Milky Way, and all those things were made with, because there's several that are essentially identical, a couple of which are on display at the Science Museum in Florence. Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. So anyway, our ancient history is a lot more modern than Galileo's, but it's still there. You can see it, of course, visiting Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff. And we will again have the Pluto Festival next year. So we hope you'll join us for that.
Right. And I just want to give a little plug for your new podcast, David Eicher's Off-World podcast. And I think that you'll have several programs available to watch here pretty soon.
Well, thank you, Scott. We will. You're a gentleman and a scholar. And where do I send the check that's made out to you, by the way, from it? No, but one of the first.
Just send it ACH directly into my bank account.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Will do. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That works. So one of the first, we thought, who are the most entertaining guys we can get? One of the first podcasts of all that we did was Mr. Scott Roberts. So I think you'll have fun with that. So I think you'll enjoy listening to Scott on that podcast in a few.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
That was a lot of
Yeah.
fun.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay. Well, our next speaker is Chuck Allen. He is the president of the Astronomical League, and he always gives a fascinating talk. So we're really happy to have him on yet again. And so, Chuck, thanks for coming on to our 177th Global Star Party.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it, as always, and your support for the league over the years, which has been enormous. I'd like to just amplify a couple of the things that David said. I've been a Pluto hunter all my life. Remember the first time I observed it was actually within the confines of Jefferson County, which is the county Louisville is in, but at the far eastern end of the county. And when it was possible to do, and this was about 35 years ago, and observed it on 2 successive nights. And I'll have a little more to say about observing Pluto in a few moments, but I did have an interesting experience. The first time I visited the Lowell Observatory, David, I wanted to see the blink comparator, and it was in the Smithsonian at the time on loan. And it was just, I think, 2 months later, I went to the Smithsonian and they had sent it back to Lowell Observatory. So I've been chasing. It took me a couple of years to finally see the real McCoy, but I chased it all over the country for a while.
Oh boy. Well,
Um,
the mileage is admirable, and it is the real blink comparator with the stand-in plates in the PRC.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. All right. I'm no longer seeing a share button here. What's going on?
Should be right underneath your video.
Yeah, it's not. It's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Hang on just a moment.
This is the
Okay,
reason
yeah.
why everybody says, let me see if I can share my
No,
presentation.
it used to have a green button with it, and it didn't. It was
Yeah, mine
Yeah.
still has a green button.
It's like
so-
my iPhone, which updates, and it's like,
Right.
a phone I've
It
never
moves
seen.
stuff around.
Oh yeah,
and
exactly.
They always think they know better than you do. So,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And so
Yeah,
I can
I'm
see
getting
your.
there. Yeah, I want to
Yep.
talk a little bit about
Nice.
a program which I think is very important. It's one of the most important services the League offers, and it's our observing program division, which consists of now nearly 80 different observing program regiments. And it's something that will get you started, whether you're an observer with telescopes, an observer with binoculars, whether you use optical or electronic telescopes, whether you are an imager, whether you're interested in outreach, or whether you're interested in citizen science. We have programs in the observing program division that address this. And I just wanted to cover a few of those because I think it's a great way to get started. Participation in these programs has driven me to observe over 3,600 galaxies and over 4,500 NGC objects, simply because once you get started with these, it becomes very addictive and you want to keep pursuing it as much as possible. Our most basic program started in 1967, and it was, of course, the Messier program. And that program, of course, leads you to some very interesting objects, which when you study them, you find them interesting. You find out, for example, that the Crab Nebula M1 expanding at nearly 10 times the diameter of the solar system every year from its initial explosion. I mentioned a little while ago M54 in talking with David Eicher, and M54 is now thought to be the core of the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, which is in the process of merging with the Milky Way. And you can see, if you can see my cursor, a little bright dot right in the middle, and that's M54, which is now believed to be the core of that galaxy, about 70,000 light years out from the nucleus. M33 holds a special place in my memory. When I was 8 years old, I tried to observe it with a 3-inch telescope. And I had no luck at all, and I couldn't understand it because it was so big on the Skolnick-Placeau Atlas chart. And I went up to bed in that window you see on the second floor there, and was very disturbed that I hadn't been able to see it. And so I grabbed a pair of binoculars and opened the window and leaned out the window with my back on those bricks you see there, and held the binoculars straight up to triangulum and saw it. And I slept like a baby after that. It was when I first learned.
I got just a few minutes. Don't worry about it. You got 3 hours.
Okay.
That's David Levy. He's able to pop in here. So.
Okay. I've heard him. I've heard some voices. Anyway, so observing the Messier catalog is interesting. In fact, there's a fellow in Paducah, Kentucky, or very near Paducah, by the name of J. McNeil, who discovered a little nebula in association with M74, 78, excuse me, the reflection nebula in Orion. You see it here at the bottom. It disappeared and it came back into view for a few years, and as of 2018, and I think since, has not been visible. but it was discovered by a person, an amateur astronomer with a 3-inch telescope who was imaging M78 from his backyard. M31, the Andromeda galaxy, of course, always a popular target, but it's interesting to learn when you observe it that it's also the location of what for a while held the record as possibly the furthest exoplanet ever detected. And this was an exoplanet by the name of PA 99N2, about a 6 Jupiter mass planet that was discovered through a microlensing event in the galaxy at a distance of 2.58 million light years. I think that record may now be in jeopardy because a microlensing event has now been detected, allowing for the discovery, potential discovery, I should say, of an exoplanet in M51. Many of our programs get you to do things in the way of analysis. And one of those is our open cluster program, which involves classifying, observing and classifying open clusters according to the Trumpler classification system. Now you can look them up, but what we ask people to do is estimate it on your own after observing it and then compare it to the actual Trumpler classification, which looks at concentration. You can see they're in the upper left corner, a highly concentrated open cluster. On the right in the upper corner, not concentrated or detached from the background field at all. You also have rich clusters, upper left, lower left, very poor clusters with under 50 stars. And so there's analysis involved in the program, as there is with our globular cluster program, where we ask people to observe globulars and estimate their Shapley-Sawyer concentration. Here's a class 12, not concentrated at all. Here's a class 9, M12, that is much more concentrated, but not much. M3, class 6, and as we go to even more concentration, M54, which I discussed earlier, and then the very concentrated M75 that you see here. We also have, and this is something that Kareem Jaffer is certainly one of the, I think, world experts on, and that is the constellations of native societies in both North and South America, but also our alternative constellation program looks at the
Why don't you please stop it for next day, so I can get a sunspot count? You get what? A sunspot reading before the sun sets.
David, could you mute for me? Great, thank you.
There we go.
Okay. One of those you see here.
Yes, I can hear you, but I need to do my thing and get off because I'm not at home.
Okay, well, let me stop sharing.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
Go
But I
ahead.
just wanted to say that Mario Motta, very famous Stellafane historian and an internationally known cardiologist, is driving me back from the lunar eclipse last night. I got to see it with the San Diego Astronomical Association. It was a terrible eclipse with the exception that we saw the whole thing. Mario got some fantastic pictures. We were also with Gene Mueller, whose record of comet discoveries of 15 comets and 107 supernovae is almost a world's record. And so, before I leave and get back to you, I just wanted to do a brief quotation from William Shakespeare, who I like to think was he liked to dabble in plays and writing from here and there. But one of the first things he wrote was about the night sky. The opening lines of Henry VI, Part 1. Hung be the heavens with black, yield day to night, comets importing changes in times and states, brandish your crystal tresses in the sky. Thank you very much for letting me do this, and I'll see you at the next Global Star Party.
Okay,
Thank you.
safe travels, David. Enjoy being with you in Denver.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, let me get back here. Okay. Everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for doing that, John.
No, it's no problem at all. Um, anyway, this was from Aboriginal culture. It was called Three Boys in a Canoe, and they saw Orion as the belt stars being three boys in a canoe, the top of the canoe, Betelgeuse, the bottom, Rigel. And they were fishing and caught M42, which in that culture was viewed as, or the sword stars, I should say, were viewed as a forbidden fish that they caught. So they were punished by being cast into the sky. And naturally, if you look at those belt stars in terms of relative size, it's naturally the biggest and probably oldest of the boys who committed the crime. Anyway, the other constellations are some of the ancient constellations, not so ancient, but that were put into effect. This was Buffo the toad that John Hill added in the 1700s. He was a botanist, and he did an astronomy dictionary called Urania, and he added 15 constellations that were mostly little worms and eels and slugs, and Buffo the toad at the bottom of Libra that you see here. And this was one of the constellations that didn't make the cut when the IAU set up our current 88 constellations in 1922. Another of those was Quadrans Muralis that was added in 1795 by Jérôme Lalande in France. It's now part of Northern Boötes, and the IAU included it in Boötes in 1922. But the meteor shower, excuse me, that originated there is still called the Quadrantids meteor shower. So it's not a Boötid meteor shower. I'm going to skip ahead a couple, and this is the never-ending bear hunt. This is from Mi'kmaq legend. I think Kareem would certainly be very familiar with this part of native North American legend. It involved 6 birds chasing Ursa Major, the bear, around the pole. And the chickadee here is carrying alcor, which was a pot they were going to cook the bear in. And when the robin shoots the bear in the fall, the blood causes the leaves to turn red every year. 3 leaps of a gazelle, seen here in Arab lore. A gazelle was watering at the Coma Star Cluster pond and was scared by Leo the lion and went bounding away. And you see this triplet of stars representing the leaps of the gazelle leaving that area. Our solar system program, of course, involves countless different tasks, measuring azimuth changes of the sun on sunrise and sunset, evaluating and timing eclipses, the timing of transits and eclipses, comet movements and detection, and then, of course, detection of outer planets. As I said earlier, I've always loved pursuing Pluto, and Stellarium is a great source for finding where Pluto is. Here's a typical Stellarium view that will show you, okay, here's where Pluto is at a certain time and date. And you see it in relation to some stars that you can find very easily, like this 8.6. To the right of it, a crooked line of visible stars in most small telescopes. And once you have that, you can reverse it, take a picture of it, reverse it if you're using an SCT, so it matches your field, and double check it against maybe an InTheSky.org finder chart, which, as you can see, also matches the exact location you got from Stellarium. And in this way, you can maybe make a template that'll match the eyepiece you're using. And when you try to observe Pluto, be prepared to use a higher power eyepiece after you find this field, so you darken the field and make Pluto more visible. And here's just one of the observations I made long ago, maybe 30 years ago, of Pluto moving in just very briefly in, I think, 1 or 2 nights, maybe 1 night in this case. There are also charts. I've managed to hunt down 40 quasars. I like the faint stuff. And this is a typical 10 by 10 minute chart that you can find online. There's a good source of this, and I can provide it to anyone who wants it. And what you do is take this chart. There's the quasar. It's quite faint, about 14.8, somewhere in that range. And there are some faint stars around it. So the question is, how do you find this? using GoTo isn't going to help you any more than it will with Pluto. If you want to know you're seeing Pluto, you're going to have to chart it and know exactly where in the field it is. And the same is true for these quasars. So I noticed the sail-like feature. And these stars were of magnitudes that I've marked here that should show up in Stellarium. And sure enough, there they are on the left. There's the sail right there with the location of the quasar. And here's the signpost, 7.3 magnitude star, a triangle pointing right to it. And I reversed that field for the SET and then observed it. And lo and behold, there it is. It was magnitude 14.24. But its light took 3.5 billion years to get to my eye when I observed it. And as I've shown you in the past, there are quasars out there that are quite visible in 10-inch telescopes under good skies, or 12-inch under reasonably good skies. This one in Draco has a light travel distance of a time of 9.6 billion years to reach your eye. And it's currently located nearly 13 billion light years away, 200 million times further than Proxima Centauri. This is just a sketch made at the eyepiece. We have lunar programs, in which, of course, you'll be concentrating on craters, maria, mountains, rills, domes, and even estimating geological features on the moon. We have a dark sky program, which helps people understand why this has happened at my dark sky site, one of them. The deterioration you notice here over a period of 7 years using an SQM sky quality meter, just because of increased LED lighting in a small town of 20,000 about 18 miles away. That's how bad LED lighting has gotten. We have solar programs for both sunspots and H-alpha observation of prominences, a bright nebula program. We have a dark nebula program. We have programs for multiple stars, double stars, binocular double stars, and comets, of course, observing them and their movement over maybe an hour's time, and countless galaxy programs that I particularly love pursuing and have pursued with great effort. And it's interesting how it advances your observing skills, because I was observing NGC 499, this galaxy right here, and noticed in a log that I should look for NGC 496 in the same field, which was here. This galaxy was out of the field at the moment, but so I jiggled the field to get a better feel for the shape. I noticed a little smudgelet in between, and I sketched it and went home and looked it up. And sure enough, there was an NGC 498 listed there at magnitude 16. Now that's the blue magnitude. I suspect its visual magnitude was more like 15, or I wouldn't have been able to see it. But observing programs like this make you very much better at observing skills, detecting color, detecting low magnitude objects. Obviously, we have a planetary nebula program as well, and stellar evolution and carbon star programs that do make you more attuned to seeing color in the eyepiece than you think you can be. Many of our programs require reporting, such as meteor observations and observations of variable stars to the AVSO. And our sketching program, I got started sketching when I was about 12. These are some that I made when I was 12 using a 3-inch refractor. And it was partly because the Astronomical League had an advanced junior certificate back in those days that required it of the entire Messier program. And I still sketch today, everything I observe, 14 volumes worth. So it's a good habit to get into, and these observing programs help you get to that point. So at this point, I'm going to stop because I think we're running a little over on schedule, but I just wanted to share the importance of these observing programs to really teach you a lot about observing, about different types of objects, about how to observe certain objects and how to plan to observe certain objects and how to record those observations. And these programs are a great way to learn that. Thank you, Scott.
Great. Okay. All right. So let's just, I just want to mention, the Astronomical League is the world's largest federation of astronomy clubs. I don't know the current counts of members and clubs, but where are you?
25,000 members, 300 clubs.
300 clubs. Good Lord. Okay. Well, that's great. And I would like to also say that Terry Mann, who's the vice president of the Astronomical League, each month hosts some program called Astronomical League Live, and she's had some fantastic speakers on. And it's been my pleasure to be the man behind the cloth here to to stream those programs live. But
You're the man behind the curtain.
I wanted the cloth, but that's all right. I'm behind the curtain there. That's right. So, they have a fantastic program. If you have not been to an Astronomical League conference, you definitely need to go to one because you'll probably meet many of your friends. And if you don't have any friends there, you will make some because it is a fantastic program. And I always enjoy the after hours gatherings that the league has, because it's always, I don't know how to say it, but it is just a lot of fun. I have laughed so hard at some of the events, and not at them, but with them. And the last time we were all together, I think we were in Louisiana, and we were in a secret. We had to go through like a secret door or something downstairs.
Speakeasy.
And
It was an old speakeasy.
it was an old speakeasy. Yeah, it was still there and everything. So cool. We did get asked to leave at one point, but nicely, so it was all cool. Thank you so much, Chuck, and thanks for your sharing tonight. I'm really impressed by your observing logs. They are super detailed, so thanks again. Our next speaker is Ron Breacher. Ron is an astrophotographer, but he's also a visual observer. This guy really embodies the heart and soul of what it means to be a great amateur astronomer. And we always love having him on. So, Ron, thanks for coming on tonight.
Thanks for having me. I love doing these because I always get to think and I get to show off a few images.
Sure.
So the themes that you send to the speakers ahead of time is what I build my presentations around. So
Thank you. Thank
you gave me some
Well, you always do a great job. So,
good food for thought tonight. I'll just jump in and share my screen.
sure.
And welcome to everybody out in YouTube land. You should see
Yeah, we've
my
got a lively audience tonight. I was reading through some of the posts here, and I'm really impressed by how many people are still very tied into visual astronomy, and I would think that you love visual astronomy as well, Ron.
Oh, I do. I actually have a homemade 10-inch job. I ground the mirror, made everything myself. 5 friends and I, so we made 6 identical scopes with with the help of a friend of ours who's a mirror maker.
Uh-huh.
And he kind of coached us all the way through. We had another friend who 3D printed the focusers and some
Cool.
other parts, and another guy who was a CNC specialist, and he did all the wood cutting and finishing and stuff. And
Oh, so a really
it's
custom telescope. Yeah.
yeah, it's assembled all the time in the garage. I also have a 20-inch obsession,
Hmm.
and I have solar scope, and so yeah, imaging
Very
and
well
visual,
rounded.
they
Yes.
really go hand in hand.
Yep.
I have a much smaller compendium of visual logs, but I have 3 volumes of
Hmm.
visual and some sketches. But unlike Chuck's really nice sketches, mine all kind of look like scrambled eggs or
I'm sure
fleas
they
on a
mean
petri
something
dish. Fleas on a
very
petri dish.
treasured for you. So,
Anyway, Mysteries in the Shadows is what we're talking about tonight. That's the theme. And so I'm going to just talk about that for a few minutes and then I'll show you some recent images. This is a recent image. Sharpless 106 is about 2,000 light years away. I shot this last fall, and you can see the interplay here between light and shadow that's going to be so important in the discussion. And then, of course, I'll show you some images that illustrate some of the cool things that shadows make me think about. So in the material that Scott sent us, he talked about the shadows inviting us to look carefully at the edges, the boundaries of things. And so I'm gonna try to highlight that when I show you some of my photos. And it's interesting that sometimes detail comes out of the darkness more than out of the light, and we'll see a bit of that too. In the theme information, Scott was talking about all the new things that we learn as we go, and that the current knowledge gaps aren't weaknesses, they're frontiers. They're where we're pushing back the curtain of knowledge, and that's also something that really strikes me when I look at these objects or when I image them. Interestingly, a lot of the objects in my slide deck tonight are going to mirror some of what you saw Chuck show in his presentation, but I think I'll put a different emphasis on it for you. The other thing I noticed, this wasn't, dark nebula cutting through star fields, of course, that's important. But the other thing I noticed that wasn't in the material that Scott sent us is how closely this theme, Mysteries in the Shadows, how closely that's connected to imprints in light. You can't have shadows without light. And the other thing is that these shadows help us see patterns in the dark. That's that tendency for humans to see patterns, maybe where they don't really signify anything. That's called pareidolia, to see shapes. And really interesting that when you start looking at shadowy objects, there's a lot of patterns that emerge that are going to remind you of some common things. So with that background, let's get started with this is an object or a pair of objects, Barnard 142 and 143, and they're not really shadows. They're more like eclipsing the stars behind them. They're clouds of dust within our Milky Way. Anything in the thousands of light years, by the way, is in our Milky Way. Our Milky Way is 100,000 light years wide. So when we're just talking about a few thousand light years, it's inside our own Milky Way. And this is named after E. Barnard. And you can see the shape of the E here. Pretty cool. Oops. So the next thing I noticed, and this is going to be the first of many related creatures. The next thing I noticed is that there's a lot of stuff that seems to have to do with water in the sky. And this is Barnard 150. It's called the Seahorse Nebula. It's about 1,200 light years away. So again, pretty close in cosmic terms. And if you didn't see the seahorse easily before, you might see it better when I just rotate the image by 90 degrees. So again, the interplay of shadow, of the dark nebula, the glow around it, and then the bright stars giving it all contrast. Pretty cool. But the aquarium references don't stop here. This is the Rotten Fish Nebula, better known as LDN 1251. I think you can kind of see that nasty looking fish skeleton in here with the dark nebula. And again, this fainter or brighter, I should say, brighter dust between us and the stars, blocking out their light somewhat. That's pretty cool. Still in the water with the dark shark. And the dark nebula here is LDN 1235. And this is where we get to really notice the edges, the sharp edges on some of these nebulous objects. So you can see that zigzag in the blue nebula on the sharp's head. You can see quite a sharp zigzag in there. You can see the sharp outline of the shark's head and the shark's eye, and then the underbelly. And riding on top of the shark's back, I don't know if you can see it, just to the upper right of center, to the right of the brightest star that you see, there's a little galaxy there that's hundreds of thousands of times further away. This is 650 light years, the main object here, but the galaxy is millions of light years away. Yes, we're still in the water. This is the Squid Nebula, the green nebula inside the Flying Bat Nebula. And that the formal names, the Squid is OU4 and the Flying Bat is Sharpless 2129. Again, they're pretty close, 2,300 light years. The Squid was only discovered a few decades ago by a French amateur, and people have been trying to shoot it ever since. It's a really popular imaging target. It's tough to get. This was the longest single exposure through one filter and the longest total exposure that I ever did in an image. I had 34 hours on the oxygen and a total of 104 hours to make this image.
Wow.
So not that it's the best image ever, it just was the most
deep
fun to
image, though.
acquire. It was a
Yeah.
big project to acquire. But again, this squid, it's thought to be inside the nebula, so they're all about the same distance. Again, the light and the shadows, the interplay of the light and the dark is what really makes this image interesting. Does this look like a bat to anybody else? I've got the Batman song in the title.
Yeah.
Batman. It's LDN 43. It's called the Cosmic Bat Nebula. Very cool looking, and again, really close. I'm emphasizing how close everything is here, because I'm going to show you some really interesting shadowy things that are quite far away. Is this the Bat Cave? This is the Cave Nebula. And again, it's the shadows that make this interesting. Yeah, the glow that surrounds them, also cool. But for me, it's the dark nebulas in here that really carry the image. And that's the same for a couple of other shots I'm going to show you. I just captured this about a week ago. It was after a 3-month drought. So from November, I think November the 2nd, until the middle of February, I had no clear skies, or I had 2 feet of snow on the roof of my observatory and not able to open it. And then the skies parted, and I was able to get this in one night. And it's got a whole lot of different objects in it. They're between 700, 1,500 light years away or so. If I zoom in on the Flame Nebula, how's that for pareidolia? There is a nebula that looks like its name.
Yeah.
No mistaking that as a flame. And no mistaking this as a horse head, although when you look closely at it, you can see in high resolution images, this is not a high resolution image. You can see that the faint stuff that seems to be falling off the ends of the horse head, both sides, that's makes it really clear that this is like a big puff of smoke or soot, I should say, that's puffed up and then kind of going outwards and falling downwards again. And how beautiful is that? NGC 2023 just gets lost in the glare, but it's a beautiful object in its own right. I've imaged this in higher resolution, but took this again last week with a one-shot color camera under a nearly full moon.
Beautiful.
The cosmic cocoon. We're back to the animal world again. The cosmic cocoon. Most images of the cocoon are pretty close up, and you don't get to see that the Cocoon Nebula is in a big cocoon of its own. And it extends to the lower right a little bit, but extends to the upper left all the way out of the image. And if I had a wide field image, it goes twice that far again. And that again is dust. It's inside our galaxy. And when you get in close on this object, it gets even more stunning. So there is the cosmic cocoon. And again, for me, it's the shadowy parts of this image that really make it exciting. I've seen a lot of pictures that just show the red, but it's that interplay between the red and the blue tendrils that go across it and the brown in the dust. I love it. I love this kind of stuff. Back to the animal world, or staying with the animal world. So you probably all know the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. It's at the lower right of this image. I kept it in for context. But really what I was interested in was the Dark Nebula. If you look at this image on my website, I barely talk about the elephant's trunk. It's all about these dark nebula that again give this diffuse hydrogen cloud some definition and some texture. And again, it's very close, 2,400 light years, spitting distance in cosmic terms. But now let's step outside of our own galaxy. Now we're 2.5 million light years away. And whereas all the dark nebulas like the Seahorse and the Cosmic Bat and so on, all of those were dark lanes in our own galaxy. Now we can see the dark lanes in Andromeda. All these brown lanes that you see, those are like the same, those are analogous to the dust lanes that we have in our galaxy. And if you were on a planet orbiting a star in the Andromeda galaxy, one of the spiral arms, you'd see dark nebulas just like we see them here. And who knows what strange, interesting animals they'd be shaped like. Now, there's another meaning for shadow, for the expression of being in someone's shadow, being in the shadow of something.
Right.
Right. You notice this little galaxy down here? This is below, you can't see where I'm pointing probably, but below right of center, there's a galaxy. You can see it's kind of connected to M31 with a bridge. That's Messier 110. It almost never gets any love because Andromeda, right?
Right.
But here it is. And I went in really close on this. And believe it or not, although it's an elliptical galaxy, it has dark dust lanes in it. I don't know if you can see them. I'm going to see if I can point. Hang on a second. Do you see my cursor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So there's one just above my cursor here. And there's a dark lane right in here. Quite a big one.
Yeah.
Yep. Shows up well.
Yeah. And, being in the shadow of this guy, it's hard to get any love. So I did. Sometimes you can overshadow the thing that you're in. And that's what sometimes happens with supernovae. In the raw images of this picture, so coming in to my camera while I was at the telescope, or at the computer at least, the star that I'm pointing at, that star right there, you can see it at the tip of the arrow, was brighter than anything else in the galaxy. it was as bright as similarly sized other stars like this one or this one or this one. Or if I go back, any of these, it was about as bright, the same sort of brightness
Hmm.
as those other stars. But guess what? All these other stars are in our galaxy. So give or take within 100,000 years of us, 100,000 light years. This is 400 times further away at 40 million light years. And it was outshining the whole host galaxy. It was my processing that made them more equal. But if you saw it coming in on the camera, the galaxy was barely visible and the supernova was as bright as the core of the galaxy. Really something. Okay. We saw a nice picture of Orion in Chuck's presentation. This one highlights the dust. So we've got a lot of pictures of bright Orion, the Bright Orion Nebula, but there's a lot of cool stuff around it, including above the main nebular feature here. You'll see the Running Man Nebula that looks like a Sasquatch, a purple Sasquatch with outstretched arms, running sideways. And you can see one of his legs extends into the two stars on the left, and the other leg is stretched out behind him. I think he's running from right to left. And again, that's all due to the play of shadow and light and my brain making patterns where there aren't any. And I thought I'd end this picture with or presentation with my most recent image. In fact, I haven't finished acquiring it. I have a clear night coming tomorrow to get more on this. But there's a couple of interesting shadowy aspects to this. It's one of those objects that's visible. It's all of the Messier objects actually are visible in binoculars. But sometimes when you go to a bigger telescope, it gets harder to see. So that's an interesting feature. Another interesting aspect of this is all the tendrils and so on that give the impression, it gives like a three-dimensionality to it. Like there's black space inside of a cage that's made of those ball and stick chemistry pieces or something like that. Kind of cool. And I've got out here this patch of gas that seems to be blowing out of the center. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to develop as I get more. I got a clear night coming tomorrow, and maybe one in a couple of days. So watch for this maybe to be my next post. And with that, I'm going to say thank you, and I'll stop my share. And
Thank
thanks
you
again
so
for having
much.
me.
That's great. That's great. I always enjoy seeing um, your images come into my inbox, and a lot of
Hey,
times I'll
Robert.
get them, and they are oh, there he is. There he is. A lot of times they are actually sitting on my desktop, as my background image
I'm
that I
honored.
keep on
Thank you.
there, so my wallpaper. And so it's just a lot of fun to, see the image, read your commentary, study it, kind of, revisit it by a lot of the images, of course, I've known about and I've read about, but there's always new stuff that is written about
Yeah.
these objects, and the more we understand the universe, the more compelling it gets. So,
Yeah. And
yeah,
I I think other people have already alluded to it. With smart telescopes now, it doesn't have to be hard to make beautiful pictures.
No,
It
no, that's
really
true.
doesn't. What it takes is just an appreciation for doing you like it's like anything else. If you buy an expensive iPad and you don't use it, it's an expensive paperweight.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Right.
If you buy a smart telescope and you leave it in the living room, it's not a smart
It's
telescope.
nothing. Yeah, that's
It's
right.
nothing.
It's in the way.
It's like everything else. So it's an enabler, but you're the doer. The motivation has to come from you. Whatever turns your crank.
Right. Right. Well, thank you so much, Ron. Thank
See you
you.
next time.
Yep. See you next time.
Good
Good
to
to
see
see you,
you again,
Robert.
Rod.
Yeah. Take care. Be well.
Our next speaker, returning after only just 1 week, is Robert Reeves. Robert was kind enough for us to do kind of a singular show on him and the moon, and he showed incredible terrain and led us around the moon and its ridges and craters, and I really enjoyed that particular program. Um, and our audience too was really turned on by it. So thank you for doing that, Robert.
I appreciate the feedback on it. It was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. That's right. And you're getting ready to take off for a trip. Is that right?
That's right. Tomorrow morning, actually tomorrow afternoon, my friend Ann Atkins and I are jumping on a jet and heading for Australia to attend the Oz Sky Star Party down near Coonabarabran, near the Australian National Observatory. And this has been literally a trip of a lifetime for me. I've been wishing to go down there for many, many years, and family obligations have prevented it. But as my dear friends know, my wife Mary passed away last year, and now I'm no longer limited by caring for her in her declining years when she had ALS. So I'm free to rejoin the astronomy community. I'm going to Australia next week. I'm going to NEAF in April. I'm going to the Texas Star Party in May. And I just want to tell the astronomy community I am back. I am no longer limited by the um, limitations of family care. And I am back as a full time astronomer now. So, with that, Ann and I are heading for Australia tomorrow. And I hope that on a future Global Star Party, I can relate some of our experiences down under at a location that will show us skies that we do not see from here
That's
in
right.
Texas. And I'm really excited about this. This is a turning point in my life, literally. I'm coming up on 80 years old, and this sudden change in my life is almost, um, well, it's staggering, actually, to be able to suddenly be able to do these things and go down south and experience the southern skies, to be able to go to NEAF again after several years of not being able to do it, to be able to return to the Texas Star Party. So it's
Oh,
it's a new world for me, and I'm so grateful for it. But tonight, um, in the theme of um, shadows and explorations, I do have some more moon pictures for you,
awesome.
and I hope that you will enjoy them. And let's do a little bit of exploration here. And well, that didn't work out well. If I share a screen, I'm seeing myself. Um, where is my, let's go share. And
There
all
you
I'm
go.
doing is sharing myself. This is not real, right? Okay, let's unshare and try to go back to where I was where my moon pictures were and bring this one up. Now let's try share again. Oh my gosh, where are you? I have lost the zoom. This is not good. Okay, now here we are. Let's go back to share. Well, this is weird. I'm right back to myself. I don't understand this.
You're not sharing yourself though. I mean, I can see you, but
No, I don't want to share myself. I want to share my moon pictures.
yes, of
And
course.
where the heck are they? Okay, cancel. Let's go back to here and bring up the first moon picture again and go back. Okay, where are you? There we are. Let's go to share again. I don't understand this. Why am I seeing myself instead of what I'm trying to share?
You're not sharing yet.
Yeah. Oh,
There we
well,
go.
now I'm sharing, but I'm sharing my own picture. This doesn't make sense.
You're probably not focused on the right. When you share, you'll see um, options for what you want to share. So it looks like maybe
Oh,
you're sharing your entire screen.
yeah. Okay. We haven't had this problem in a while. Usually this works pretty good. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to go back to trying to get my bring up the first picture I want to share. It is active. Go back to here. Go back to screen share, and dang it, it's me again. I don't want to share me. I want to share the moon. Uh, okay, entire screen. No window. There it is. Let's share this. Share. Boom. There we are.
There you
Okay,
go.
now we got it.
There you go. That's a beautiful shot.
I knew we could do it. We're pretty smart fellows. We can figure this out. Now the trick is to get it to show full screen. Let's try this little trick. That didn't work. Again, nope, that's not working.
It looks pretty
Well,
good, just like it is.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's not too shabby, but I don't want to share me with the moon. I would rather share the moon. But
It's just the
uh,
moon. That's all you're sharing right now.
oh, is that all you see?
That's all we see.
Oh,
Yeah, we can
wonderful.
see
Well,
the tools above your moon image, but not you.
Uh, okay, good, because what I'm seeing is me and the moon. Okay,
Hmm.
well, as long as you're seeing the moon, that's what I want. Okay, well, here we're looking at Anaxagoras crater, which is right here, if we follow my cursor, and the wonderful streams of rays spraying out from it. Now, Anaxagoras is way far north on the moon, and we normally don't see it very well. Now, experienced lunar observers will recognize way down here Plato crater, the Alpine Valley. But looking up on the northern latitudes of the moon, we start to get lost because that is a territory that is kind of incognito to most lunar observers. But I want you to enjoy Anaxagoras, a fairly fresh, new crater on the moon compared to the older, much more worn craters on the moon. And it must be new because we see these wonderful streaks of rays spraying out from Anaxagoras, proving that it is uh, a Copernican epoch crater, a fairly young one on the moon, less than 1 million years old. So let's try to advance here. It does. Okay, now further west, excuse me, east, further east on the moon, uh, we want to encounter this wonderful crater W Bond. Notice it is square, how square it is. W Bond is unique among the craters of the moon in that it presents a very square appearance. It looks like the ramparts of an ancient fortress, the walls of a fortress square, repelling an enemy attack. Uh, Actually, the reality of it is these crater walls have been pinched in by subsequent impacts and crushed in to create this square appearance. But W Bond, huge crater on the northern latitudes of the moon, presents a very square appearance. And moving on to the Terminator, slashing along the edge of the moon as we see the third quarter, where the sunset shadow is sweeping across the moon from east to west on the third quarter. Here, Archimedes crater is almost about to disappear. The Apennine Mountains are about to disappear. Eratosthenes crater is deeply shadowed. This presents an alien moon that is revealed by the advancing shadows. And shadows is our theme tonight. Shadows at the edge of where exploration begins. And because of these shadows, we see these craters in an entirely different light. And the moon is constantly changing night by night by night because of the shadows. And here we see evidence of very familiar objects mutated into things that we almost don't recognize because the advancing shadows so change them. And moving on, a very familiar view. This is a portion of the moon, first quarter moon, the sweeping sunrise coming across the same Archimedes crater as in the previous image, but we see the bird's nest shape of Cassini crater and the Apennine Mountains sweeping across here, but from a completely different perspective because of the shadows are so different. Shadows make all the difference on the moon. You follow the shadows, follow the Terminator, you will see the most detail because of the most contrast enhancing shadows. And moving on to the next picture. And here, on Oceanus Procellarum, the only lunar sea named as an ocean instead of a sea, Oceanus Procellarum, the Harbinger Mountains, the hilltop seen protruding here, and Aristarchus crater right on the edge. Oh, excuse me, that's Prince crater right there. Aristarchus crater down here on the edge of the Aristarchus plateau, just as it's broaching sunlight. The mountains here, we call them the Harbinger Mountains for reasons, because they are the harbinger of sunrise on the Aristarchus Plateau, which is still in shadow here. And Aristarchus crater here, just barely beginning to be seen, the rim of it reaching into the sunrise. But what I find fascinating are these teardrop shaped wrinkle ridges that arc around the Harbinger Mountains. It's almost like water in a flowing stream arcing around rocks that are laying in the middle of the stream. Somewhere in the past, something forced these wrinkle ridges up around the Harbinger Mountains and created this almost teardrop shape around them, and I find it quite fascinating. And moving on, the sunset approaching, sunset approaching the craters Hercules and Atlas, way up on the northeastern part of the moon. Here, Atlas crater is already in sunset. You can't see it anymore right here. Hercules crater completely blacked out, the interior of it in shadow. You almost don't recognize these features because they've been so modified by the shadows. Shadows are everything on the moon. They can turn a lunar feature into an alien apparition that you do not recognize, or they can also increase the contrast of the area by providing relief enhancing shadows that will reveal details. So it's a double-edged sword on the moon. The shadows can be so deep that you don't recognize the feature, or they can be so pronounced that you immediately recognize it and see details that you've never seen before. So follow the shadow on the moon, the Terminator, and here the sunrise shadows across Berg Crater in Lacus Mortis, the Lake of Death, creates the effect that I call Batman. See the Batman ears, the uh, caricature of the shadow of Batman with the elevated bat ears off of his costume. These are created by sunrise shadows casting across the ridges of Berg Crater within Lacus Mortis, the Lake of Death. And if you have a little trouble understanding me, my voice is a little weak today. I'm pretty much tapped out. We've been running night and day getting ready for a trip to Australia tomorrow. Um, my friend Ann and I are heading for Australia first, well, not first thing, but we're actually boarding an airplane tomorrow afternoon, flying down to Sky in Australia. So we've been kind of tied in knots getting ready for this trip, and it's showing up in my voice. I am sorry. I'm kind of tapped out.
You sound fine.
Oh, thank you
Sound
very
fine.
much. Okay, here on the western shore of Oceanus Procellarum, uh, we've got the massive crater, the ghost crater Eddington up here, partially buried under basalt. But down here, the delightful apparition of the craters Kraft and Cardanus, joined by Rima Cardanus. These look like two toy balloons tied together with a string. And every time I see this lunar apparition on the moon, it's almost a joy because I see two toy balloons drifting off into the distance, tied together with a string.
Hmm.
And moving on. Oh, this apparition. Here we've got two very familiar.
J-Dog, what up, bro?
Excuse me, I couldn't quite understand that.
I'm all right. I had to get it.
Oh, someone is
No, I'm on the new
not
treatment.
muted. Yeah.
My blood pressure.
I'm
Hey,
hearing
I had to
kind of
go on
Schwartz in the
medicine.
background.
There we go.
I'm hearing voices, but I do not understand them.
Yes.
Okay, well, moving on.
We're good.
Yeah, here we see two craters that are very familiar under normal illumination, high sun illumination. The craters Piccolomini and Fracastorius, which are on the southeastern shore of Mare Nectaris, but under the uh, sunset shadows where Fracastorius and Piccolomini are completely engulfed in the 2 week winter night or lunar night. We don't recognize these craters anymore. It's hard to pick out what they are. So shadows completely change the character of the moon. These are two very familiar craters, large craters that people will easily recognize if they're fully illuminated. But when the sunset, the sunset crosses them, they become almost unrecognizable. So Piccolomini on the upper left, Fracastorius on the lower right, very familiar craters that are now almost unrecognizable. And moving on, Gemma a crater on the moon that few people recognize or understand. Gemma circled up here on the southern highlands of the moon, lost among the myriad of hundreds of overlapping craters on the moon. But Gemma a very unusual name, and lost amongst the crowd of craters in the southern highlands. Looking at the eastern side of Mare Nectaris, which we see arc through here with my cursor, we've got Gutenberg crater and Colombo crater. Gutenberg named after a very familiar figure, uh, Gutenberg, the inventor of the movable type printing press, which vastly increased the spread of knowledge in the free world. Uh, but Colombo, kind of hidden. That's a name for Christopher Columbus, the discoverer of the New World, who sailed in 1492 and landed in the Bahamas and thought he had found China, but in reality had found North America. Moving on. Oh, here we've got a marvelous view of sunrise across the Apennine Mountains. Uh, some of the largest peaks on the moon, reaching upwards of 5,000 kilometers, arc up in the Apennine Mountains, and they create these marvelous shadows at sunrise that really stand these features in contrast. This is a wonderful area of the moon to look at during the first quarter as the sunrise sweeps across the area. And we're looking at, as my cursor is circling it, Janssen crater down on the southeastern portion of the moon. Janssen may be the largest crater that you cannot see at full moon. Now, it is very apparent now at sunrise because the contrast enhancing shadows of sunrise readily bring out the features of Janssen in relief. But Janssen is 200 kilometers wide, but only 2 kilometers deep. It's overlaid by a larger crater in the middle of it, but the crater, Janssen crater itself, is only 2 kilometers deep versus 200 kilometers wide. So when the sun gets higher, it almost completely disappears. It's too shallow to be seen at full moon. At sunrise, it's very apparent. Sunset, very apparent. But at full moon, it's gone. You cannot see it. And oh, my lovely lunar spider here, Lamont. Lamont is actually what we call a ghost crater because it formed on the floor of uh, uh, Mars Serenitatis before it was flooded with lava to create the basalt basin, the basalt filled basin that we see now as Mars Serenitatis. But underlying the basalt fill, the structure of the crater creates these wrinkle ridges where we can see the original rim of the crater pushed up in the basalt covering Mars Serenitatis. But now we see this second ring around it that reveals Lamont as a ghost basin, not a ghost crater, but a basin, a small impact basin. And then, of course, the radial ridges extending outward from it create this illusion of a ghostly spider on the moon. And moving on, oh yeah, here we have a sunset view of Langrenus crater, just as the interior of Langrenus vanished. The inside of it is no longer seen, but the western rim of it is fully illuminated. So here again, we have a case of shadows revealing extraordinary detail, but at the same time hiding other detail. And moving on, oh, here we have Longomontanus crater, just south of Tycho crater, which is in the shadow already. And Longomontanus, right square in the middle of the field of view, has already sunk into the 2-week lunar night and has almost vanished, except now we still see the eastern rim of it, still illuminated by the sunrise. I'm getting this completely backwards tonight. I am sorry. The eastern rim of Longomontanus still illuminated by the sunset on the moon. And looking up toward the center of the moon, very center of the moon's disk, we're looking at the eastern portion of the okay. Senior moment. I know the name of the Maria, but it escapes me at the moment. But it's right square in the center of the moon, and here we see Manilius crater on the eastern edge of this Maria, centered right in the center of the moon, and sunset creeping up on this area and accentuating Manilius until it looks far bigger and more prominent than it really is. Mare Vaporum, that's what it is. I knew how to remember it. The eastern side of Mare Vaporum, which is the Sea of Vapors, located almost in the center of the moon's visible disk. Okay, where are we here? We've got a couple more to go. I'll speed it up. Maurolycus crater, lower center of the moon. Here we see Maurolycus sinking into the sunset, disappearing into the 2-week lunar night. And the interior of it is gone, but the shadows still hide the center of it, but sunset still shows the eastern rim of it protruding up in the sunlight. And moving on, we've got Orontius crater right here, and the pile up of crater upon crater upon crater on its eastern rim, showing them the early epoch of the moon back during the Nectarian epoch was an extremely violent time. Orontius formed, and then another crater formed on its rim, and another crater formed on its rim, and another crater formed on its rim. So a very violent time in the moon's evolution. And moving on here, uh, craters that we don't normally roll off the tip of our tongue, Patiscus and Homel. These are other craters down in the southern highlands, down in the moon's southeastern quadrant. And as the sunrise shadow approaches, these craters take on almost alien-like forms and are almost unrecognizable because of the shadows. Similarly, very familiar Plato crater up in the north above Mare Imbrium. Here we see Plato crater at sunset instead of sunrise. Normally we'd observe Plato crater during the first quarter, early in the evening. But if you're brave enough to get up in the middle of the night, go out early in the morning and observe Plato crater during the third quarter, you'll see an entirely different personality. And here we see the savage peaks of sunset across the western rim of Plato, creating these dagger-like shadows across Plato. And moving on, Chicard crater, another very familiar crater down in the southwestern part of the moon. Here we see it at sunrise. Only the western, excuse me, I'm getting it backwards again, the eastern rim of it illuminated while the interior of it remains in deep shadow. This is one of the largest craters, 10 largest craters on the moon, but is completely invisible as sunrise sweeps across the region and illuminates only the eastern rim of its crater. And looking upward toward the man in the moon's right eye, the Mare Serenitatis, the Sea of Serenity. Just as sunset sweeps across the region, we see these marvelous wrinkle ridges across the terminator. These wrinkle ridges can be many kilometers long, but they're rarely more than several hundred meters in elevation. So they're very shallow, and it takes the shadows of the sunset or sunrise shadows to make them visible. And moving on here to our next to last image, sunrise across the eastern Mare Imbrium. We see these remarkable wrinkle ridges here, but what shows up most is the western rim of Sinus Iridum, this massive crater that appeared on the northwestern rim of Mare Imbrium. And as this rim breaks into sunrise, we call this the golden handle. It's an unofficial name for the western rim of Sinus Iridum. And our last image for the evening, the eyes of Clavius. Here we see Clavius crater at sunrise. The interior of Clavius is still in shadow, but there are two craters within Clavius whose rims protrude upward into the sunrise, and we see the the rims of them just kissing the sunrise, and they create the illusion of the eyes of Clavius at sunrise. So this is a feature to watch as sunrise sweeps across the region and reveals these features in a light that we normally don't see. So let me stop sharing here. Return. Hello. Stop
Yeah,
sharing.
you're
There
pulled.
we go.
You're pulled down. Yeah, that's cool.
There we are. Return to reality, and say that I've enjoyed showing some of these features of the moon that I hope you haven't seen before, but now see in a different light, and will make an effort to see these features and understand the moon in a more familiar way and become friends with the moon. And in the meantime, um, Ann and I are going to head down to Australia, enjoy the southern skies, and in a month or so, I hope that we can tell you a little bit about our adventures down there and encourage you to think about going down to Osky next year and enjoy the same skies that we're enjoying.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Well, I look forward to your adventure down there. So you have a wonderful
You and me
time,
both.
Robert. Yeah,
Scott, can I ask Robert a question?
Sure.
of course.
So, I'm so glad to see Eyes of Clavius. I have that on my slides because I saw Mary McIntyre in the UK post her live stream of it, and it was just gorgeous to see. And then I pulled up, I'm just going to do an advance because I won't spend too much time on it during mine, but I have some of the lunar letters in mine. And I always talk to my students about, the lunar X you can see at the first quarter or the third quarter. And I'll
Yep.
get the occasional chuckle off of it because of the symmetry. And then I'll give them a few of the other letters and I'll show a few later today. Are there pareidolia effects in the third quarter that we see kind of a different version of it in the first quarter? Are you aware of any? I feel like I want to do
Well,
this now.
okay, I've never tried to look for the lunar X in the third quarter. I have only recently, last December, actually seen the lunar X for the first time.
Wow.
And as much as I'm supposed to be the moon guy, circumstances just prevented me from seeing the lunar X. Then a couple of days after Christmas, last December, it just landed in my lap,
Oh,
and I
gorgeous.
got the most marvelous pictures of it. It turned out beautiful. I've also seen what I call the lunar S, which is just east of Aristar- Aristoteles crater.
Okay.
Aristoteles crater. I have named that because at certain times there are swirls around certain craters and features that create a distinct S on the eastern rim of Aristoteles. Other people have seen other lettered features on the moon, but the X and the S are the only ones that I have personally seen.
So I have when I went out to see the X for the first time, I realized that I wanted to try to capture it. And a few months later, we were going to get the right angle to have it beautifully for about a half hour. So I decided I'm going to get out there, I'm going to see it. And when I took the images and I started developing them, I realized that I had a whole slew of those letters that people say they see. So I
Hmm.
have that in my slides later, but I love that, it spells out love, and I get the students to find the L and find the V and find the E. And then they're like, where's the O? And I point to every single crater on the moon.
Yeah, and
Lots of
sunrise
O's on the moon.
sunset, any crater could become an O.
Exactly. You don't need
Yeah.
another O. Thanks, Robert.
Well, alrighty, I appreciate that. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Well,
Thanks.
great. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Marcello Souza. And Marcello is coming to us from Brazil. And Marcello, let me bring you on.
Okay.
Go.
Hi, thank you very much for the invitation, Scott. Nice
Thank
to see
you.
all of you here.
Thank
It's
you.
a great pleasure
Yeah.
to be here.
I love the galaxy behind you there.
Yes, one that I took a picture from the Hawaii telescope.
Wonderful.
And here in Brazil, for us here in Brazil, for the woman here in Brazil, March 8th is a special day. I think that's in all the world, maybe United States too. That's International Women's Day. Then I prepared a short presentation about two women that made important contributions to astronomy. And I show a short history about their, about them, but I'm trying to find here where I can. I found. Sorry. First of all, I would like to.
A little freeze frame going on here.
The presentation. Can you hear me, Scott?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay. But the internet is unstable today here in my home. Okay. But I think that will work. Let me begin here to share. I don't know why I cannot change the screen.
You can see the screen. There you
share a
go.
lot.
There you go.
Yes. Then, I try to talk about two women that made important contributions to astronomy in celebration of the March 8th, that is International Women's Day. I think that is celebrating all the world. And the first one that I will talk about is Cecilia Payne. She made a fantastic contribution, and her history is fantastic also. She's a brilliant mind of astronomy, because what her contribution was about the structure of the stars. And in 1920, that's something that few people know this. Everybody imagined that the stars have the same structure of the planets like Earth. You have the same elemental composition. In 1920s, this was the model that was most accepted. And now I will talk a little about her. She entered in Cambridge in 1919 to study botany, and also she studied physics. But everything changed for her when she participated in attended a lecture by Arthur Eddington about the solar eclipse, that expedition that proved the Einstein theory of relativity. He was in Princess Island in Africa, and she made a presentation there, and she decided to study physics. And then something important happened, because only in 1948 that the United Kingdom allowed women to receive a degree, an official degree. So do you imagine? Until 1948, a woman didn't receive degrees, university degrees, in United Kingdom. Then she met the Alan Sharpe, and she received from him an invitation to join the Harvard College Observatory and made in the study in the United States. And she moved to United States. I'm talking about 1923. And at Harvard, she worked analyzing glasses, photographic plates. And it was the one of the world's largest archive of stellar spectra that she had the opportunity to study. And Penny brought and decoding the starlight like a chemical fingerprint, something fantastic that she did because she studied quantum mechanics in Cambridge. And she analyzing from the spectroscopy the light of the sun. She used the idea of the spectra from an element, and she proved that's different from what people imagine when you have high temperatures, surface temperatures. The spectra is a little different from when you have small temperatures, low heat. But they imagine that this means that you have different elements. But she showed that what happens is that you have different ionization states of the atoms, but are the same elements. And she proposed that her model in 1925 was that the most of the elements of the stars was hydrogen and helium, different from what they imagined. Then something, she has only 25 years old. Then something happened that is almost unbelievable because an astronomer, Henry Russell, reviewed her thesis and rejected her idea and asked her to change the thesis and said that the result that she obtained almost certainly was not real. She needed to put this in her thesis. Né? You imagine this. And to receive the degrees of doctorate, she did this. And what this astronomer did? 5 years later, she found the same result that Cecilia found and published a work about these results. And most of the people for many years give to him the credit of the discovery, not her. And here, the thesis she changed in 1925 when she made the proposal. In 1929, Russell publishes the same results. And during many years, they gave the credit to him, not to her. This is something that, and today, they consider that her doctorate thesis was one of the best doctorate thesis about astronomy of all time.
Wow.
And what changed? And she didn't get a job as a professor in Harvard University because they didn't hire women to be professors. And she was hired as a technical assistant. She worked as an astronomer also. Only in 1956 that she was hired as a professor. First woman promoted to full professor Harvard, within Harvard's faculty, and the first woman to share a department at Harvard in 1956. Then she changed many things. And she was 56 years old when this happened. And I have here only one example why was very important. The astrophysicist is here, a short text. Joe Feynman was told by her family that women weren't physically capable for understand science. Reading, painting, work convinced her to follow her passions. Then she motivated a lot of women to work with science. Then I think that she is one of the most important astronomers, woman in the 20th century. Now after this, she received a lot of prizes, honors, has an asteroid with her name, a place in Venus, in honor to her. And she is a quote from her. And the rewards of the young scientist is the emotional thrill of being the first person in the history of the world to see something or understand something. Nothing can compare with that experience. And she had the opportunity to feel this with her contribution. I have time to talk about one more. That
One
is
more.
one more.
Okay.
That is in Rita Levitz. I'll talk very fast here. Né? We know her very well. Né? From I did something wrong here, but I'm not seeing more my presentation. What I did wrong here? Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, I can't see. I did something. I don't know what I did. No, I only see now the images, the videos. What I did here? Wrong. How did I change this? I don't know. I will stop to share and share again. Okay, but because I
Okay.
don't know what I did here that is wrong.
Got a little lost there.
Yes. I'm trying to share again and see that if it will work for me. Here. Now yes, I can see. Now I can see the presentation.
Okay.
I did something that was wrong. I don't know why I did this. But now, and Henrietta Levitz, you know that she was responsible for a law that helped, I forgot her name, the Hubble to, to prove that the Andromeda galaxy was not in our galaxy. And she was a deaf woman, and she worked with I'll tell very fast here. I'll try to show very fast her history. Before her, we measure distance in universe from far objects, stellar parallax, and she studied in Cambridge, attended a college in Cambridge, and took her astronomy course, earning A minus, but a severe illness left her profound deaf. But even with this problem, she volunteered at the Harvard College in 1895, but she couldn't look at at the telescope because a woman were buried from operating the observatory's telescopes. And she worked as a computer woman. She processes data at this observatory, and she has the opportunity to analyze dry plate photography of long exposures. She discovered a lot of variable stars, more than 2,400 variable stars, but everything changed when she received a plate from Peru, images of the southern hemisphere, and she received images stars from the small and large Magellanic clouds. And this that changed everything because analyzing the stars in the small Magellanic clouds, she noted that the brighter variables have the longer periods. And this changed everything because from this analysis that she was possible to measure distance from this star to Earth. How she did this? She analyzed 25 Cepheid variables. She proved a direct linear correlation. The longer it takes a Cepheid variable star to pulse, brighter it is. With this information, it's like this that you see here. We measure the period of the variable star like Cepheid, then you'll know the intrinsic magnitude of this star, and you compare with the magnitude of star that you measure from Earth. And with this difference, we can measure the distance of this star to Earth. Then, with this information, after Hertzsprung calibrated this with more details, Hallow Shapley measured the size of the Milky Way, and the Hubble analyzed a Cepheid variable stars in the Andromeda galaxy. Using the Leavitt's law, Hubble calculated that Andromeda is far too distant to be part of the Milky Way. And this is history. But soon after this, in 1921, she just died, with 53 years old. After, she received a lot of recognitions, nomination for received posthumously prizes, and she was indicated to Nobel Prize in 1925 also. She has many honors now. And I show now very fast. 23, 25. You have already confirmation of participation of Mike Simmons, Fernando Fabiani from Uruguay, Alexandre Sherman, that is the director of the biggest planetarium of Latin America, that is in Rio de Janeiro, the city of Rio de Janeiro. Júlio Fabres, that is a famous Brazilian cosmologist. Mário de Prada, that works at the National Observatory and works with asteroids. Hélio Carvalho, that is one of the most famous Brazilian person that works with eclipses. And everyone is invited to be with us. I hope you can visit us this year, Scott. You'll be very welcome, and everyone that wants to be with us here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I use more time than Viv, but it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Professor Kareem Jafar. And Kareem, you want to
Should I jump in?
jump in? You got the stage.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I love these. It's just great to be at the Global Star Parties to get a chance to chat and to talk with fellow outreach educators, fellow people who are passionate about the night sky. And I'm going to echo what Ron said a little while ago is Scott is really setting the table for some fantastic presentations, fantastic discussions. I mean, those of you that have been on since the start at 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern, we started with a discussion on dark matter, dark energy, and puzzles of the universe. And it's it's wonderful to feel that level of excitement and interest. And this is a semester where I'm getting to teach an introductory in astronomy and astrophysics class. So I get that during the day with the students, and I get to share that with you in the evenings. And it's a great way to enclose that circle of outreach. The actual theme today, this mysteries in the shadows, where light ends, discovery begins, it gave me a ton of different directions that I would want to go. But since I'm teaching the course this term, I thought it would be great to talk about where shadows and light really hit the student experience of opening their eyes to the night sky. And so I'm going to get to that in a few moments. Before I do, it's always great to start off with a land and a sky acknowledgement. From the RASC across Canada, we have Indigenous nations, Métis, Inuit, all holding the historical ancestral deeds to the land that we are on. But they also share the sky with us. And so we saw last night, or early this morning, the full moon. And the settlers called it the worm moon. And that worm moon is that full moon that's closest to the vernal equinox, and it signifies kind of this thawing of the land and the worms coming out. And when we look at the Cree refer to this as the eagle moon because the eagles come back up north at this time of year. And you see a lot of that with a lot of the First Nations along the Great Lakes referring to this moon in terms of the hunter birds that they see, because once the worms are out, the birds can get feeding for themselves and for their chickadees. But we had this past year 13 lunar months. And so in the Mi'kmaq on the East Coast, we're still at the snow blinding moon. And last week we had a snowstorm here with minus 17 degrees and blowing snow. And that snow blinding moon name fit perfectly. And of course, we got to experience this wonderful lunar eclipse this morning. And I took a picture from 2021 because I didn't have a view this morning. Unfortunately, we were clouded out here in Montreal. But we have friends across the country who give us their views. And Tim Jaworski, the Living Sky guy from Saskatchewan, had this gorgeous view of totality from his sea star. And I have his video that he had shared with me for my students, but I started looking online and I saw an incredible video by Stephen Biggs in Toronto. And that's the one that I actually want to share for you to get a chance to see the eclipse from last night. So this is a time lapse from a sea star. And I like the sea star, being a smart telescope, being able to share a little bit of the imagery, but without all of the setup and everything, where when it's minus 15, minus 17 degrees, a little bit of wind, you don't really want to be out there connecting cables and everything for a long period of time.
No.
But what I love about this one from Stephen is we have a very, very early moon set. And so you can actually see the moon going into the trees, which is going to be for most of us here. But look how brilliantly red you can still see it shine through.
Yeah.
So you don't
like-
let the type of horizon or the type of limitations or even the clouds necessarily limit yourself. And on our Rask Montreal Facebook page, I actually posted the picture of that start of the eclipse because you can see the umbral shadow. I was able to share it with Gianluca Massi at the Virtual Telescope Project, and he was able to share it with the world that we did have this slight view through the clouds of the eclipse. Now, these eclipses have been viewed for generations and generations. The knowledge has been passed down. There are petroglyphs talking about the connection between solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, and we learn about the nodes and the different precessions of the orbits. But when it comes to talking about what we can do with the eclipse, there's still science to be done. And so one of the neat things that's happening right now at the RASC is this push for citizen science projects. And last year, Randy Enkin talked to me a bit about a project that he has been working on, and we're trying to increase the knowledge and understanding as well as the involvement for this project. And it has to do with measuring the timings of the umbral shadow when it first passes across the lunar surface. And so we know in the Northern Hemisphere, and I teach my students this on the very first day, that you can go out, you can spot the North Star, and then using your hands, you can find your latitude by finding how high up from the horizon in degrees that the North Star is. And they often ask me, well, how do we find longitude? And the answer is we can't. But that's not a true answer because there is a way in principle to calculate your longitude, which is if you can figure out the geometry of the Earth's shadow falling on the moon for a particular lunar eclipse, you should be able to figure out based on the timing that you observe what your longitude is, because it'll tell you how far along you are from the Greenwich line all the way through. And that would be fantastic, except ever since 1702, the first time we had a reasonable model for the geometry and how to determine the actual duration of that shadow crossing the lunar surface, ever since then, we've known that our observations don't match the expectations. And with our current knowledge of exactly the size of the sun at different moments, the size of the Earth at different moments, the angles, the actual relative distances, we can figure out exactly the size that the Earth's shadow should appear on the moon. And it always appears a little bit larger. And that's up to a minute difference in terms of when the shadow hits different points along the lunar surface. And the reason for that is believed to be understood, but it's still not exactly modeled because the discrepancy varies from eclipse to eclipse. And so it's partly an atmospheric effect, but partly an atmospheric density effect in terms of how long the light gets bent through to create the shadows. So this citizen science project is really organized and run through by Roger Sinnott from Sky and Telescope, and he compiles amateur astronomers' observations. Anybody who's willing to submit their points of contact of the shadow for any feature on the moon during a lunar eclipse, as long as they have a coordinated GPS-based accurate timing mechanism. So Randy Enkin from the Victoria Center and our Education and Public Outreach Committee that I'm chairing, we are coordinating the RASC observations for these lunar eclipses. And yesterday the weather was not great, so I don't think we had any really submitted. But our hope is for August 28th that we will have good weather. And so we're trying to recruit as many people as are interested in doing these timings. And we will have spreadsheets and we'll have a data form to be able to submit your timings and a walkthrough tutorial in the summer beforehand. So if you're interested, email me at outreach@rask.ca, or just keep watching the Global Star Parties, and through the summer I'll talk more about this. Now, as I mentioned when Robert was on, when I thought about shadows and light, one of the first things I thought about was the lunar letters, because these lunar letters they're transient phenomena. They're based on the way the sunlight hits specific points along the terminator line. And during that first quarter moon, that terminator area is so rich with features that when you look along it, you can see these gorgeous, what look to be letters. And this is an example of pareidolia. It's our brain seeing patterns and trying to identify them with things that we're familiar with, like the Batman Nebula that Ron showed us earlier, or the decaying fish, or the squid. And so on the moon, you can spell out love, you can see the lunar X. There's tons of O's, as I mentioned before. And then you also have these amazing phenomena that occur just for a moment. And so the eyes of Clavius during the waxing gibbous, if the sun hits at just the right angle, inside the crater Clavius, these two smaller craters appear to pop out. And they look incredibly eerie, like just these eyes looking at you from inside this dark space, and then they disappear. So it's like the eyes have closed. And Mary McIntyre has a gorgeous video of this. It's a very rough capture, just like it almost looks like a smartphone camera through the eyepiece, but she stacked it into this picture that I have here in our slides. So Robert did a great job going through a lot of the different features that you can see with shadows and light on the moon. What I want to talk to you about is what I get my students to do at the start of the term. And what I get them to do is to look up. And when they're looking up, it's the dominant constellations of the season. And then it's the moon, because the moon is there for us to see even through the clouds, even during the daytime sometimes. And so I have them observe, but I have them do a little bit more than just observe. So they have to observe at least 2 different lunar phases over the span of about 6 weeks. They have to include their location, but also where the moon is. So I get them to actually be measuring altitude and determining azimuth. And then I don't mind if they check it on Stellarium and correct themselves, but I want them to try to figure out where's north and where am I with respect to north when I'm looking at the moon at this moment. And then I don't mind if they just sketch what they see directly with their naked eye. But if they want to use binoculars, if they want to use a small telescope, if they want to take a photograph, whatever enables them to see the features better, I want them to use. But the point is, they still have to sketch what they see. They can't just submit the photograph. and they have to be able to identify some features. Now, I don't mind at all what the drawing ability is. So I have a sampling from the last term, this current term. So you'll be able to see different phases, different samplings of what they saw, and I'm interspacing them with some of their actual reflections on the moon because I asked them to reflect the process of sketching because most of them have not sketched since maybe grade 2 or grade 3 other than doodling for themselves. So getting them to do it for a scientific purpose was one of the outcomes that I wanted from this particular activity. While they're doing this, over those 6 weeks, I also introduced them to a few tools because right away, within the first day or two, students will come with their cell phone pictures and they'll be like, look, sir, this is what I got. And I'll take their cell phone picture and I'll open up the edit and I'll help them pull out a few details. And they can't believe what's actually in there. Even when they feel like they've overexposed it, sometimes there's a little bit of that contrast captured within it. So then I give them a lab where one of the things they do is they take a group of first quarter moon images while clouds were passing by, and I have them stack them to get rid of the not just the noise, but also some of the effects of the clouds. And that way they get to understand a little bit about instrument noise, a little bit about the idea of increasing the actual signal and reducing any transient phenomena, including random noise, including clouds or even satellites passing through. And then I also give them a video used with the Sea Star, and I get them to stack and use saturation effects to pull out color on the moon so that they can start to understand that what they see as black and white, within that light, there's hidden color information. And so then they have to research, why is part of the moon blue and why is part of the moon this rust color? And they start to understand a little bit about the elemental makeup of some of the different regions on the moon's surface. And they're doing this while they're looking up, while they're doing these visual observations. So they have the moon guide to help them identify some of the features that they'll be seeing, but then they can also do their own. So first phase that we always talk about after the new moon is the waxing crescent. And one of the students, Hannah, wrote that I knew it was a waxing crescent, but I also found it interesting that I was able to make out the whole moon shape itself, the black circle with the rest of the moon visible. So she learned about earthshine, and she was able to actually identify to some degree that effect of earthshine and see it for herself. And the idea of the waxing crescent and still having the contrast to be able to pull out the other part of the moon's surface that is not lit up by the sun starts to get them to understand that motion of objects within our Earth, Moon, Sun system. So with the waxing crescent, some of them will just be drawing the waxing crescent because they don't see enough to be able to pick out any specific features. Some of them will see it during the daytime when the sun is just set and they're seeing it with the brightness still there. And some of them will see it later on in the crescent phase where they're starting to see a little bit more behavior, a little bit more material, and they can start to identify some of the mare or some of the craters. And sometimes it's a case of they can't identify it, but they know it's there. So now they go looking for it in their eyes. And like I said, I don't judge the drawing ability. That's not the issue. The concern is to try to see if they can see any detail. And so the amount of detail they see varies based on the time, based on whether they use binoculars or small telescopes to see. But that crescent moon is a pleasant experience for all of them that try it. First quarter moon, you get them coming out, you get them getting a chance to see it far enough away from the sun that they can even see it during the daytime in the late afternoon. And then you reach the gibbous. And when you reach the gibbous, the idea that it's there, it's visible, it's bright, you can see it from your yard, that part, that is one of the outcomes. But the other is where the moon is. Because in our wintertime, especially in February, that waxing gibbous moon is moving into Orion. And so you actually can use it to find the constellation, to start to orient yourself. And I had them doing the globe at night as well at the same time, which we're not going to talk about tonight, but it gets them to really start to identify what they can see from their home, from their park, from the school campus. The other thing that's neat is they start to realize that whereas the waxing crescent, they could look straight and visually see it in a, they're not cranking their neck up. With the waxing gibbous, especially in the wintertime, you're looking up fairly high. And with the full moon, you'll be looking up even higher. And so that's one part that they start to recognize kind of the tilt and the ecliptic and a little bit of that relative motion. And we have just done a lab on the position of the sun throughout the year so they can connect those together. And then with the waxing gibbous, you can have some incredibly gorgeous pictures for showcasing that there were clouds, that there was humidity, and you could actually see those effects. Some of these take my breath away, like what they're able to capture, and there's like a romance or a soul to some of the pictures. Some of them have an incredible amount of detail. Some of them have just a really nice capture. This is what stood out to me. And the fact that you have more to look at, a lot of the students look for those signifying features. And I talked to them about Tycho very early on to get them to have an orientation point because the moon is moving through as you watch. And so taking that time to observe, looking at these different points, trying to fill in the details of the Maria and the craters, that's one part that none of them have ever tried to do. And so it's a first for most of them. And, Chuck was saying how he's been sketching ever since he started. I find that a lot of students don't understand the benefit of trying to show what you see. Describing it, taking a picture of it, that's enough. And then when they try to draw it, it goes into a different side of the memory. It goes in, there's a kinesthetic element involved. There's a little bit of familiarity because you're paying attention to those details, so you're remembering them better. And that's not just the actual features, it's also where the moon is and where you see it during those different phases. So you start to recognize moonrise, moonset, how high it gets, how close it is to the sun. And all those different elements come together. And then when it's the full moon and they go out there and they try to observe it, almost all of them are like, it's too bright. I can't see anything. And so they want to try to take a picture. So I will teach them how to decrease the brightness of their phone and the sensitivity, or if they're using a camera, the gain and the ISO settings. And they'll come back with these incredible sketches and these incredible captures. And some of them it'll still be bright, and they'll try to pick out those areas that showcase the man on the moon or the rabbit or the beetle or whatever they first identified as that pareidolia that they see with the shadows of these different features on the moon. And I love the difference between the same thing on the same day being seen by 35, 40 different students. No two will ever draw it the same. No two will ever draw any part of the features the same. Even when they're going and looking through the same telescope, unless they put a piece of paper on top of a picture and sketch it out, and even then, you can see on the one on the right that I've left up there, there's like these ridges to every single crater because that's what their eyes saw, because they did this at a humid moment right after sunset. The one on the top left, there's smoother lines where they were seeing dark areas because they were seeing it higher up in the sky, less atmospheric turbulence. It looked like very smooth curves. And so we see a lot of these features. We see a lot of these different points that they try to see. And we also see the dominance of the brightness where some features that they were showing in the gibbous they can't show in the full moon. So Mika, one of our students, wrote that this was a fun activity to do, and the process of sketching took a while because their eyes needed to adapt to the luminosity. And the second observation, that the one they made for the waning gibbous the day after the full moon, They decided to use binoculars, and then they found it way, way too bright, and it was much more difficult than the waxing gibbous that they had taken with still 4 days to go till the full moon. So they were starting to recognize that amount of apparent brightness change, which is a geometric factor, but it's one that's very hard to translate the math into an actual perceptive experience unless you actually go out and observe the full moon. The number of people who look at it through a telescope and then they're like, oh my God, I see spots in my eyes. It's one of the reasons why we developed a little funnel system, like a sun funnel for eclipses, that we use for the full moon so that you can see it with a little bit more gentleness, but then you lose out on that. After the full moon, you have the waning gibbous, and again, there's a lot of features, a lot of details, and it's still relatively early in the night, so you're not asking them to wake up too early. But then you start to see some who are definitely observing, well past 11 p.m. And you talk to them and they have activities or they work or this or that that gets them to be up late, but others will get up early in the morning to observe because now they're starting to understand the timing of when these phases are visible. And again, no two sketch looks the same. And all of the sketches, they've tried to capture what they feel they are seeing. And I love seeing how the Terminator and their drawing of the Terminator changes from sketch to sketch as well. And each sketch has its own personality, its own bit of detail. And when you get to that last quarter, it's very different from the first quarter because the last quarter, most of them are taking those observations at about 6 in the morning. The first quarter, most of them are taking those observations at about 6 in the evening. And there's a difference in how you see things, I think, when you've been up for the whole day and looking at images versus just coming out and looking at that as the first thing that you do for the day. But again, it's specific features, specific craters that just pop out. And as they're going through and they're looking at the waning crescent and they're looking at all of these, they start to see how difficult it is. And this one, so the early waning crescent, there's a lot of detail, and you watch it for a few hours. You can actually see it moving around in the sky and changing position. But when you have that waning crescent right before sunrise, this student wrote about how difficult it was to take what they were seeing, zoom in, and they still couldn't see any features because it was just too bright. And so then they went on stellarium and they zoomed in stellarium with an atmosphere on, and they still couldn't see any features. And so stellarium has the added effect that you can turn the atmosphere off. So now that beautiful crescent that's right close to the horizon has none of the scattering effect through that dense layer of atmosphere. And so now they can pick off a couple of details and say, I see this. I see it's they weren't sure if it was Kepler or Aristarchus, but they saw that and then they saw Grimaldi's very nice and clear. And then they would include this artistic picture of what they thought that they would look like that they drew on their iPad because they wanted that included. And so I thought we'll end off with this Victor's waxing crescent moon because he actually wrote a few things here that I think are really interesting. First off, that the sketching process was easier than he thought because initially he thought he'd have to be outside sketching and he realized that he could take a picture and go inside. And he did that for his second drawing, and so it was a little bit easier for the waning crescent. And he thought that it would be very difficult on a drawing to show the difference in size between different mare or between different types of craters. But he found that once you have that initial sketch of the area that you're drawing, then it's just a question of faithfully trying to draw what it is you see or what you captured in your picture. But the last part was the one that I think is the hardest to teach, which is yes, the position moves. Yes, the phases change, moonrise, moonset, how much you see depending on where it is in the horizon. But the fact that the object that you're looking at, your view of it is rotating because of your rotation and its revolution with respect to you. And so what you see actually changes orientation. And so it's one of the reasons why I give them the moon gazer's guide is because you can sit there and just turn it around physically in front of you. But when you look at pictures online, some of them are inverted because they're seen through a telescope. Some of them are inverted because of where they're seen and when they're seen. And every now and then you'll see pictures from the southern hemisphere crop up in a northern hemisphere feed, and they'll be like, wait, but it's the same time I'm looking. How come they're seeing the different orientation? And so getting an idea and an understanding that the object you're looking at, the geometry with which you look at it, affects what you see, then ties back to the lights and the shadow of where the sunlight hits. And then you have a more complete picture of observing the moon and seeing the lights and the shadows. Scott, back to you.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Kareem.
You're welcome.
I had the pleasure of working with Kareem a little bit on his not this presentation, but the previous Global Star Party. He gave a presentation about the imprints of Orion by indigenous peoples, and so I came up with a list of questions just to kind of take a deeper dive into all of that, and he was able to get that back to me, and I have made a series of blogs, which I will share here with the audience. There's still some work I'm doing on them, so
No worries.
if you see something goes, there should be a photo here or something, I will. I'll be adding that, but I did want to go ahead and start getting that out there. So let's see if I can share that.
That would be nice to see. I've been pondering for a while putting together a talk on some of the lunar, not the lunar names. The lunar names, we capture, and I do with the Stargazing Guide with Guelph and a few other things. But I want to capture a little bit of the lunar stories, the lunar superstitions and myths, and where the observations are, where the science is within those. Because the naming of it is the connection to nature and what you see. But there's other stories told about, the moon and its protective nature and what it does in terms of guiding a community in that cold of winter, or protecting it during the time when the hungriest of predators are coming through. And those moments, I think, if there's a way to bring a little bit more knowledge from that into just everyday knowledge, everyday culture, everyday understanding, I think it gives us that added view of just how long the moon has been our companion.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, with all the stories, the lore, the love stories, the music, all of that stuff, the moon has had a big impact on all of us. So
I love the Japanese tale of the dancers under the rain on the moon, because they don't
okay,
see
I
the
haven't
man on
heard
the
that
moon,
one,
they
so
see the
I'll have
couple.
to.
And then
Yeah.
you've got the rabbit, you've got
The
my favorite
rabbit.
is one of our RASC members showed me Wilma Flintstone, and I cannot unsee Wilma
Yeah, I
Flintstone.
know. Once you see it, it's like there's Wilma. Yeah, this and it just looks like it was, Hanna-Barbera drew it up there or something,
Exactly. Exactly. Now, as
So
long as they don't go and try to imprint the name or anything, and start to put
right,
up a constellation
that's
of
coming,
satellites
I'm
to
sure, but
constantly be saying, watch the Flintstone. I don't want any of that.
you don't. You
We
want to leave it
actually,
natural.
yeah, we probably should have a global star party on preserving the dark sky. Maybe that could be our
Oh,
next one
sure,
for Earth Hour later this month.
sure. Yep. Yeah,
I would
there's
be happy to be a part of that one, team.
Yeah.
yeah, I think
As
there
much as
was
I've seen differences between dark sky stuff and what happens when you've got a lot of light, I would love to present or be a part of that as well.
So
It's
I was glad
there's
several
Don't
of my
keep me in
students.
the dark either, because I want to be a part.
yeah, John draws the dark.
Oh yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what?
we're
I think we get John to organize it and to bring in all the speakers and decide the schedule. And
sure.
No,
you
not me.
agree?
I'm just the picture guy.
it'll just be John and his pictures.
No, but I
If you
totally
get
agree. Like,
listen,
you
if you
need
get
perspective.
myself and John doing this, we'll cover 2 hours by ourselves. We'd go back and forth. I don't
I
know
don't
who would
even need to
watch it, but it
talk.
would
I'll
be
just,
very entertaining at some point. And then folks will say, "Okay, can we get some science going?" We'd uh we'd have a great time. And it's what you do when you're at a dark sky location anyway. You enjoy seeing it wherever you're at. And once I get to my presentation, I'll share a little bit of the outreach that I've been able to do. And the skies haven't been perfect, but I've had a sea star and a small telescope, and I've been able to do just fine with those. So there's definitely you can just do outreach anywhere, and that's what I love about not only being
Oh,
a
yeah.
part of the program, but what you do, Professor Scott and John, even with your imaging. I'm going to try and bridge your presentation, Kareem, with John's presentation when I get started, because I think there's a bridge that can be built with the drawings that your students are doing. And in their drawings, they're discovering parts of the night sky for themselves. They're discovering the moon.
Exactly.
Can't wait to have you see them draw the constellations. And are they going to draw Wintermaker or are they going to draw Orion? I think it would be interesting to, have them draw constellations as the indigenous people saw them.
So
I've
that's
begun
one of the
looking up
things.
at Orion and seeing Wintermaker.
Yeah, we do a little bit of that with our outreach instead. So we have an outreach activity where you give people a small field of view of what they'll see that night, and you have them go through and try to connect in and what they see, like some shape, some connection, some pattern, and tell a story that connects that pattern to what happened that week for them or what they saw outside. Or so you get them to create their own legend and constellation of the night sky, and then they have to go outside and they have to try to figure out where it is. That way every fall or every winter they have their constellation with them.
Cool.
I'm a Leo,
There you go. And so do you see it as the lion or do you see it as something else?
a flaming lion, actually, a
Flaming.
fire
Ooh.
sign, that is.
And that's because of the kerosene heater to warm you up, or
Well, I'm always running a little hot. Right now, I'm at Amboy Crater out in the desert. It's been a little warm lately, but it's starting to get a little chilly.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, no, the
well,
chilly
very
night.
good. Well, thank you
Pastor
so
Jason,
much,
you're
Kareem.
welcome.
Yep. And yeah, give that blog a read and let me know your thoughts.
Very nice presentation. I could
Yeah,
totally
great.
relate, and I love that because I've assisted Moore Park College, and they do similar things, but they actually didn't go as far as the sketching, which is my forte, as you know.
Yeah, no, that's why I don't think there's any other science class that would get them to sketch until they go into med school. And even then, not a lot of med school courses still get them to sketch. But when I have the arts and sciences students with me, I will try to run a workshop to get them to go through the Gray's Anatomy book and like try to sketch one of the models that we have in front of them. Because if you're not trying to draw what you see, you're not going to remember it.
No, it trains your eye too to see more in the
Those
object. As
details.
you
Yeah.
view through the scope, you really start to see things.
Which reminds me, John, I think I need to run another creator sketching workshop up here in Montreal. It's been a while since we've had one.
Do you see Norm much? Norm Fuller?
So not too often,
Okay.
mainly online.
He's been on a couple times.
Yep.
I
Yep.
think
It's
I'm
been
going to
fun
touch on
having
that in
him.
my presentation, Kareem. I want to basically capture some of the lessons that you've gotten with the sketching, some of the images that I've taken with my iPhone that for all the world look like sketches, and discuss some of the things that I've, excuse me, a little under the weather. Some of the things that I've learned to see in the night sky because I've seen them, whether it's been a dark sky or I've seen it repeatedly. Um, for instance, seeing color on the moon directly through the telescope has been something that I think that popped out to me the last time I did an outreach event, and I looked at the moon and realized I was seeing the different color of the Maria that was there, and that's something that I'd always see it in my pictures, but now I'm seeing it with the eyes. And
Waxing gibbous, right?
yep,
Yep. That you only can really see it at the waxing phase, and the gibbous is the one where you'll see it because those particular mare are really brightly lit up, and there's not enough luminosity from the rest of the moon to overwhelm it into that white and gray. So you get just
okay,
enough
that
hint, but if
explains it
your
then.
eyes are sensitive to blue, you will see it.
Yep. No, that makes sense. It was a waxing gibbous and it was high overhead, so there was less of the Earth's atmosphere to block light as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that all makes sense. So
Awesome. We're all yours,
it was
Adrian.
still a thrill to see it either way. So, so yeah, looking forward to that. And yeah, I will so Scott, if you're good, I'll
Yeah.
go ahead and see
Yeah,
if I
let's
can
do it.
bridge
Thank you,
the
Kareem.
You're
presentations.
welcome.
Adrian, you
Yep.
got the stage.
All right. So let's as you can tell, I am a little bit under the weather here in Michigan, and I put on my University Lowbrow Astronomers hat to give a little quick shout out to astronomers. I'm a member of other clubs, the Astronomical League, Warren Astronomical Society, but I saw the lowbrow hat over there, so I threw it on. So really quick, let me share my screen. What I'll do is hope that this works. All right, screen one. I saw poor our dear Robert Reeves have some sharing issues, and I said, well, hopefully I won't have the same issue now. Can you see the screen?
It's coming up.
Is it coming up? Is it there? Or is it
It's not there yet. Now it is. Yep.
okay?
Yep.
All right, so there may be a bit of a time lag, so I'll keep that in mind. Um, so a few things that I wanted to touch on. One, I've in doing outreach, I've been working to battle the misinformation that has, really been crawling along online, and the things like the planetary lineup that I do believe is still going on. It's just not, the date was picked as February 28th, but in reality, the last couple of weeks, the planets have been aligned, and it happens just based on how our solar system's oriented, where the planets are orbiting. I wanted to reassure people that whenever there's a sensational, um, you know, thing about the planets aligning, be careful when it comes to falling into that sort of thing because it's generally it's not as urgent as being made. Um, and so you want to ask an astronomer, you want to ask your local club members or come to Global Star Party, and we'll let you know just how urgent something can be. We'll often demystify it for you, take away the urgency, and say that there's certain things you'll miss. The lunar eclipse wasn't highly advertised in the social media outlets, which is fine because, of course, we had cloud cover in the region that I was at. But as you saw in Kareem's presentation, the next one is in August of this year. So we're going to get another shot at it. And lunar eclipses are often easier to spot and easier to plan for than solar eclipses. Somewhere in these images that you're seeing me scroll through, a previous lunar eclipse. This is the waxing gibbous moon that um we talked about, where you're able to see the differences in the color through a telescope, and Kareem explained that. And here, where I'm scrolling through, um, we talk about why dark skies really are better for doing stargazing if you can get to
We
them.
lost you, Adrian.
Uh-oh, you lost me?
No voice.
I got you.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
it. Me too.
All right.
I got you on
So,
the eclipse too. Don't worry.
okay, yeah, we're gonna get to you, John, and we're gonna say, the drawing. So I'll go in my train of thought for the dark skies. I've got a few pictures that I'm moving my mouse over. Pay no attention to my attempts here. These are pictures, overlooking Port Huron and the part of Canada here in Michigan and the rising Milky Way. And now you're seeing, this was middle of night, near midnight, and now you're seeing the same scene but at Bryce Canyon in Utah, and this is still dusk, 8 p.m., and you're seeing more of the Milky Way at dusk than you are in the middle of night here. And then as you get in the darker skies, you can see without me blowing it up. I've got an issue with my machine in which it's not moving fast, and my internet's fairly slow too, so I'm conserving as much as I can. You can see the images kind of in these squares here. Further up in this gallery, I've got a planetary alignment picture. I've got some lunar eclipse pictures. What I want to highlight is, even if you have nothing but an iPhone, I highly recommend you take a picture of what you see with the iPhone. And I want to get back down to the pictures where I did that. Um, we can get really caught up in detail and, wanting to see like these pictures I've taken here where I really attempted to nail the detail of what I was looking at. And then I have these iPhone pictures of the aurora, which show a couple different days, which just capture for me the memory of seeing it naked eye. And here, we have the memory of seeing the aurora naked eyes, which is where I started. Now, this is a waxing or a waning gibbous. I took an actual picture, and then here's another picture that I took, and I've shown them on Global Star Party before. I want to highlight two pictures. One I took with my camera, and one that I took with my iPhone, which is also a camera. These two. And you can see the stark differences, but John, this looks like something you might draw.
Yeah, I had a view like that the other
Yeah.
morning. It was all hazy and the crescent moon was setting. It was
Hmm.
red with that glow, just like that.
Yeah,
Beautiful with that cloud, or is that the lake?
this is Lake Huron
Oh,
again,
wow.
overlooking,
That's
and there's
the
an ice
beach.
shelf. Now,
Yeah,
the detail, you don't see too much detail. I'll go ahead and click on it.
oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's beautiful. The dipper
yeah.
setting. Oh, man.
So this is sort of a side effect of just getting a picture.
That's
You end up
beautiful.
with something that is literally similar to a sketch. Now, it's not, not to say that this should, replace you go around and say, I sketched this and you really took a picture, but you
Well,
get
we
an
work.
idea of why sketches are important. It's certainly capable, within someone like John Schwartz's hands, or anyone, any of the students of Professor Jaffer there, to draw something like this, to say, this is what I'm seeing. So for the rest of us that don't feel we have that ability, an older iPhone can actually step in for us and help us create memories. Now, you see the super detail when I put my camera on it and I take an image. I think this was a simple 15 seconds. And when this pops in, you can see the stars or pinpoints.
Ah,
You can see the detail in the trees, even the sign over here. And you go, this is a beautiful night sky photo. And yes, that the intent was to get that sort of detail to the point where I had to light up the stars of the asterism here, the Big Dipper, or else you may not even see them. You wouldn't know where you were in the sky. For me, taking images like this, and even though it may not be the darkest of sights, but the pictures can essentially bring out just how many stars are there we're not able to see, and give you an idea of how tough would it be to recognize constellations in space where you would be able to see all of these stars. There's a poem that David Levy likes to read at the end of his presentations, and it was one that his beloved late wife Wendy used to love, talking about all the stars, where the kept staring at the stars, until the sky was lit. There were stars all over it. I would have to go get the text of that
Oh yeah.
to write it, but I know those are some of the phrases. And you look at it like there's stars all over it. And so rather than worry about the crispness of the picture, or is there noise, I look at an image as something that is sharing with us some part of the cosmos, or something that we're looking at. This is from a sea star, and teaches us something on its own about what we're looking at. And then here you have, this was I believe I have about 30 total minutes, and this was me experimenting with the sea star because I had just gotten one.
Oh, that's really
And
good.
yeah, it's beginning to show some of the type of detail now. A learned astrophotographer, could make this look even more beautiful. But for me, some of the structure of these galaxies are beginning to show themselves. So it becomes a challenge to, determine, well, how much more detail. And if I'm showing that at an open house, or at an outreach event, the Sea Star has been wonderful for doing that. Um, and here's another one. Here's another challenge for you, John. Um, I'll use this image. I'm gonna throw the gauntlet down and say, let's
is that the
see.
sea star?
This is not the Sea Star. This is the iPhone again, and this is a rising full moon
Well, that's cool.
over
Wow.
an icy lake. This is Lake Huron, iced over. And
Jeez, that's just barely coming through, man. But
it's
that's
barely
eerie.
coming
That's
through.
eerie.
Yeah, and then
Get it?
this is later on when it came through, and I took one more picture using the iPhone, and I ended up with this. Either I held it steadier, or something else better goes along. I didn't even straighten up the horizon in this one. You can see the moon risen, you can see the belt of Venus here, and you can see the ice off of the lake frozen.
Really
And
beautiful.
you won't see
Yeah.
me walking on this because I don't know how far before it gets too thin, and falling through would be a bad thing. So let's see. We touched on some of the misinformation that's out there. We touched on how any camera in your hand is a good camera. I do have my attempts of taking pictures of this recent total lunar eclipse. I'll have to be brave enough to look at them and see what I got. I may be surprised, or I just might have some memos. There's a full moon that I took, I think the last moon cycle. It wasn't this one. And then some images that I'm working on. I'll end with this image. I'm working on doing the sort of processing that can bring out details in an image without, having the details be real without getting too lost in the weeds. Um, and again, if you look at this image, you're seeing a lot of stars in addition to some of the structures. A challenge for the viewers would be which constellation, not Orion, um, not even Monoceros, which, a lot of the stars Monoceros are rather hidden here. There's another constellation that I was aiming at, and I was framing it with Orion and this part of the Winter Milky Way. And I used some stacking and some darks flats. I'm working on getting back to basics of astrophotography to, really get some detail out of pictures, especially if the skies aren't as dark. Um,
Is that
there's another
Aldebaran?
constellation in here, and there's a planet um, that is located within that constellation. Um, there's another constellation, and there's a cluster, a giant cluster that's also a part of it. So there's some nuggets of items that if you do even with the 35 millimeter camera, you can pull that light down from space. And it's quite amazing that you can do that even if the sky isn't perfectly dark. It helps to go to a dark sky park that gives you at least a reading of 20.5 on an SQM meter. Um, Notice I'm not using Bortle zones. A lot of imagers use or guesstimate a Bortle zone reading for their sky. But the Bortle zones point to certain features you might be able to see. Well, we just talked about it. The more that you observe the night sky, the more that you know is there, the more likely you may see some of that. You go back to a sky where you couldn't see the Milky Way from horizon to horizon. You go to a dark sky, you get used to seeing it, you know what to look for. You'll go back to your old dark sky park and be surprised that you're actually seeing the Milky Way from horizon to horizon. Even though it's lighter, you can tell that it's not as dark a sky, but your eyes, your brain become adapted to what's there, and now you can see the pattern. The more you observe, the more that you find out and learn about the sky. So visual observation is not dead. In fact, I I would recommend if all that you do is take pictures of the night sky, I recommend looking up and seeing how many of those features you can find in the night sky just with your eyes alone, and begin to understand the colors that we're using for these HA emissions. We typically see these in a lot of astrophotos, but these are colors we've come up with because when you look at these structures, especially in a dark sky, you don't see any color because our eyes cannot detect it. So, truthfully, these structures don't have a quote unquote color, but in order to visualize them in all of our space telescope images, we assign one, and over time, assigning this pink fuchsia to the hydrogen alpha emissions at a certain wavelength too low for us to see with our own eyes, but we begin to view these as quote unquote natural colors. And in fact, they aren't necessarily natural to us, but we've become accustomed to seeing those colors and associating that pink fuchsia type of color with hydrogen alpha. And of course, my machine's moving slow, so I'll end on an image I shared at the last Global Star Party, which is I've moved my camera over here. It'll eventually show up, and there's Orion, there's the witch's head. Some of these colors are natural to our eyes. The blue we see in the stars here, Mintaka, Anilam, and Alnitak here. Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse. I've heard a number of translations for these here. The other star colors, the colors right within the rosette here, would be natural colors that we can detect because they burn in a shade of light that we can see. They burn at a particular wavelength we can see. Barnard's Loop and the what is the river name? The name of the constellation that refers to the river, Eridanus Loop. Eridanus is the river, and there's a portion of the Eridanus Loop here. I want to revisit this scene and get some more detail from a dark sky and see if I can pull more of that detail out. It will take some more time, some more hours, but I think I can do it. Number of things here we can see, a number of things that we can't. A camera assigns a color to it all. And then we end up with an image that we're familiar with. We seem familiar with it, but in reality, we're seeing all of these structures because the camera has assigned a color to it. And the fact that that Orion is this close to the winter side of the Milky Way, that's something else that images can bring these sort of things out. It isn't always necessary to shoot an image for posting, for likes, for, subscribe to my channel. If you're selling your images, then yes, by all means, go for it. But you can use these images to teach what's there in the night sky, how even the big space telescopes work. And when you see drawings of this, you can compare two images and go, yeah, what John just drew is very real. And you can tell at what level of sketcher he is when you see his sketches, which are going to be coming up in the next minute, because I am done with my
There's a
presentation.
wealth of detail in there. I
Yep.
saw the horse head, the flame,
You saw it all.
Orion.
You saw the seagull over there too. Here,
Yes.
pull it back up. This is a nebula I think astro imagers should shoot a little more often.
Yes, they do. How many
It
degrees
looks
is
like a
that?
seagull.
That's a pretty wide field you got there.
It is 35 millimeter,
Wow. That's a
and
lot of
you can
stars.
catch all of this in 35 millimeter. Yeah. The SQM-L reading, that's a arc
Swim
sections. I think it's
21.
well, no, it's not 21 here. It's
Oh.
20.5.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, the places I like to go further north tend to read at 21. And the places that where your dark skies will read at 21.4 all the way up to 21.8.
Right.
You get some real dark skies. You pretty much have to be devoid of all human. For instance, I think these were a stack of 40 or so 2-minute images.
Wow.
And if this will let me scroll up, I took 5 images. Okay, here I am in some dark sky. This was 2 minutes total.
That's the
That's
35
it.
or the Sea Star?
That's my camera.
Okay.
That's an 85 millimeter.
Nice.
Um,
Beautiful color.
yeah,
Was that moon in the Jupiter I saw?
this is Moon, Regulus, and is it Jupiter? I think it was. This was back last year,
That looks like one
September.
of my drawings.
Yeah, I've seen you draw something like this too, where
Yeah.
you've got the
I've been
galactic
on a
center.
vendor for those lately.
This galactic center is only 2
Wow.
minutes at a dark sky park at what we call dusk. In other words, we're still in we're bridging the gap between civil twilight and astronomical twilight with only 2 minutes and
Is
some
that the
satellite or
lagoon?
plane shooting by.
Lagoon
We get
Nebula.
this much detail in our images. We get Ptolemy's cluster, we get um
Griffin.
the butterfly cluster, cat's paw, lobster claw. Um, do believe that this is M22. Look at the detail I got in 2 minutes for the lagoon.
I'm
M8.
surprised. That's insane.
Yeah, two
That's a
minutes.
wide field right there.
Yep.
Yeah, it
And
is.
then you got the Triffid even
Triffid,
shows
yeah,
some detail.
beautiful.
So it's
Nice.
and then of course you've got these parts where you've got all of
Where's the
these
swan?
named nebula.
Swan's got to be nearby.
Swan's up there. It missed. I do have an image with it. I just haven't processed it by itself. But yeah, the sharper you got to get your focus right, of course, in order to be able to pull all this detail out. But excuse me, I'll
Bless
be
you.
taking some cold. I'll be watching your presentation, John, and then
All
I'll
right.
be going to bed. And I want to fight this thing off. You'll see little detail like this, I believe, is real. These are real dark nebula that are just so small they get over, you don't see them, they get overlooked. You see structures here,
I got
and
a pair of binoculars recently. They're called
uh-huh.
Constellation. They're 2 power by 40 millimeter Vixen for sweeping the
Okay.
Milky Way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Let's
a nice shot. Beautiful.
yeah. And
I
it's
just like
one
the
of the
montage of all
many
those
shots that I
images right there.
took to put this mosaic together.
Jeez.
And now
You
you
don't
got,
even
and I
know.
showed this on Global Star Party before, but this was my attempt to do a mosaic of these regions of the
We're
Milky
not even
Way.
we're not even a speck in that picture. Just we're insignificant in that picture.
Yeah, there's so many light years covered just by this portion
The pony.
of
See the
the
pony.
Milky Way. We're looking back at the center. We're looking back at the well, there's the center. It's right here. There's this region. We go in. Now let's see if this works. If it'll right now everything looks fuzzy. As the picture comes in, that same detail that
Yeah.
we were looking at in a single picture
Mm-hmm.
shows up, which is mosaics. Here's an artifact. This is not a black hole that I discovered. This is an artifact
Whoa.
of trying to stitch together these images. And
Hmm.
so finding a better way to stitch together images is something that I would need to do. And I also have to, you take these images, you have to take them the same part of night so that everything is homogeneous, works together. But this is
Dude,
the sort of
I can
detail you
see
can
the
get as a
pillars
result
in this shot.
if
You
you do
got
it
the
right.
pillars of creation.
That's
Isn't that the
yeah,
eagle
that's
from it?
here.
Wow, dude.
That's here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's a
so you
deep
see now these aren't in this small Sagittarius star cloud. These are not artifacts of
swan.
the stitching. Those are dark nebula that are you often don't see or pay attention to. There's M23 right here. There's your Triffid. You go
Yep,
in here. I don't think I quite got the
the
yeah, I don't
pillars.
think I can go any further. So we can't really see
It's too
any of the
small.
pillars here, but that's you can see the
Swan
shape of
looks good.
outline of the swan. Yeah, you
Yeah.
see the outline of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then this object here, there's satellites all over. There's a satellite right there. If you take the same picture, if I were to simply take the same region, stack it with with a maybe smaller, I would want to use the 85. So if I were to take this region, a bunch of them, stack them, take another region, take a bunch of them, stack them,
Right.
take all the final images and sew them together. It's the sort of work you'd have to do in order to get even better, cleaner detail so that you're not looking at these artifacts when you're, one image at 2 minutes is showing all of this detail after processing. And so it can be, it can be amazing. And a lot of us that do Milky Way photography wait for this region to show back up, and then we take the picture of it. But you can go in there and start identifying things, and that's what I prefer doing, or taking images that I can start digging in and I can start identifying what I'm seeing. There are some mistakes because I don't think I quite caught the um what is it? The coat hanger is supposed to be nearby here, but I think it's supposed to be somewhere further up. I like seeing some of those details show up with a well captured image, and not just for the sake of look at all the stars or look at all the detail, not for the sake of the detail itself, but because it teaches what's there, and the fact that you can get it with the same type of camera you use to take pictures of the family wedding. You go get it modified so that it'll assign color to these hydrogen alpha regions. Um, but it,
Beautiful
it can be
shot,
pretty
man.
amazing.
That one there really dreamlike. It's so big and so well pronounced. It's almost
Yeah,
surreal to look at.
yeah, that was the goal.
Wow,
Um,
amazing.
so,
Yeah,
so yeah,
you
that
get better every year.
it's it's something I enjoy doing. This one surprised me a little bit, which okay, it flew by because this was only a 2 minute image too, and there was haze. I think I was reaching a dew point.
I like the spikes. Those are cool.
Yeah, that's just dust on the
Oh,
sensor
you got to
causing
clean
that.
those optics, man. No.
Yeah, I didn't clean the optics, but then the effect that you
Yeah,
have
that's a benefit.
when you don't clean the optics
That's
is,
nice.
the pretty pictures are sometimes
Beautiful.
fun to do. So, Barnard's look at the horse head. I don't think this came in quite as well as it could have.
It has a
One 2 minute.
soft, a nice, very soft, like a drifty feel.
Yeah. And then
Beautiful.
there's your witch's head. I wanted the witch's head and then realized processing can help you pull out that detail. It is faint and ghostly, and what a lot of imagers will do is just really jam on the highlighting and really make it
Levels.
bright. But in reality, it's it's a faint reflection nebula, thanks to this star Rigel here, and really is this ghostly. And so I prefer leaving it in a state. Whatever the camera caught, I try and leave it in that state. And there
Sure.
does appear to be a circle. This is something that I'm going to play around with some more. The way that this image turned out, Barnard's loop appears to be an entire loop here. Now this, of course, this was taken in 21.5. These were the dark skies of Kenton, Oklahoma. And in 2 minutes, I was pulling out detail that it took 40 images to do at a lesser dark sky area. So the darkness, the transparency, your elevation, all of that does make a difference. I think Molly was here on the last Global Star Party telling us dark skies do make a difference. Um, if you spend the same amount of time imaging at a dark sky that you spend imaging something a little less dark, your the results that you're going to get are a little lesser. I see astrophotographers. I'm going to go ahead and stop share because we'll be here all night if
Dude,
we
I'm
go. But
drifting. I love those. Those are great.
yeah. So, the astrophotographers share their Bortle sites, and it's impressive when you are at a border site, or your darkness is not as pronounced. You're on the east side of the Mississippi, and yet you get these structures that that's something to be celebrated, because and it's also part of the reason the Sea Star makes a great outreach tool, because I've pulled down the Orion Nebula, for instance, in skies where you'd go, I don't think we should be able to see any of this. And people have been able to sit there and watch as the Sea Star pulls down the Orion Nebula. Now, for
Powerful,
you
the
Sea
sea
Star,
star. It's amazing
yeah,
what the guys.
it'll figure it out. It'll get the light, and that light is still there. It just, our own eyes may not be able to see it. For you Sea Star users, I'll end on this note. Learn equatorial mode and try and run your Sea Stars in equatorial mode. You can take longer exposures, up to a minute, and I think you'll enjoy your Sea Star even more. Now, for the Dwarf 3 that you sell, Scott, um, is there an equatorial mode for that instrument?
I think there is something either in that system or one they're talking about. So
Yeah, the and these smart telescopes, and we're in Explore Scientific's Global Star Party, so I highly recommend getting a Dwarf 3. We should be selling that, because
they
the
have
the
sold like
happier we
crazy.
make
They really
Scott, the
have.
more Global
Yeah,
Star Parties we can have, and we can continue to share our world of the night sky with us. Black History Month was last month, and one thing that I tend to look at is rather than getting into a political discussion, is to simply say, if I had the opportunity as someone of African American descent to see the night sky, I feel it's almost an obligation to share it with everyone, and not just because of who I am. My own communities that are find other things more interesting, um being able to fearlessly share the night sky and turn heads and show people that, yeah, even here in downtown Detroit, or even the side of Detroit, you can look up and still see a
oh,
number of things in the night sky you might not have
absolutely.
thought existed.
Planets, of
um
course, the moon.
yeah, the moon, the
But
planets.
there's
There's so
there's
much to see,
yeah,
and
Chuck
I've
Ayub
watched.
and Doug. They're 6 miles away from downtown Detroit, and they're
Yeah,
doing deep sky imaging.
yep. They and they're getting really good images. As long as you have a
Yeah, they're
clear
getting
sky,
really good
you can
images.
do it.
Yeah,
And
I'll
I've
have to get them back
stopped,
on Global Star Party again to talk about that.
yeah, I've stopped folks in the tracks just by showing the moon. And even regardless of what country you come from, what world of life, the moon tends to stop everyone in its tracks. So it's
Yep,
the space is for everyone, the night sky is for everyone, and you don't have to be an expert on it to just enjoy looking up. There are levels to drawing it, like our next presenter, John Schwartz, will show.
yep,
Thank you,
But
sir.
what we all share in common is we love the night sky. We want to see it preserved, and we want to see more people enjoying it, because the more people enjoy it, the more that any efforts to preserve it will actually be fruitful. That, then
that's
you
true.
get folks that will vote for legislation to preserve the night sky because of how it made them feel. And that's the power that we have, is outreach, doing outreach. Just doing astrophotography for yourself. I would invite you to share your astrophotography with the world, and let's see if we can get some better skies. Let's
Yeah,
see if we can let's work on it and have the people enjoy the night sky, so we can enjoy it for years and years to come.
well,
All
A
right,
Train, would you like
that's
to
it.
introduce John for his presentation?
Yes, John
Okay.
Schwartz is
Okay.
the best sketcher. Well, okay,
Dum dum.
wonderful
Ah,
sketchers.
here I am.
I've seen some wonderful sketchers. John Schwartz is one of them.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, visual astronomer, lives out in California, has access to some major telescopes. He can't stop buying them himself, but he is going to show you some of his latest work and his absolute love for the night sky. So if you are on at 11 p.m. Eastern, enjoy what you're about to see. You notice he's using an iPhone. It does not take a big computer to show these things. It takes imagination, the
Powerful
skill
tool, the cell phone.
to
Powerful.
and and a 40-inch mirror sometimes if you really want to get into the detail of what you're looking at. There are some limitations, but John has overcome most of those, if not all of them, for his images. So John, take it away.
It's never ending. I mean, at a star party, the dwarf destroyed a 32-inch. It was a horrible beating, but technology has advanced and it's a powerful tool. Cell phone is a powerful astronomical tool. So
Especially the
anyway,
later models.
yeah, I mean, Samsung or iPhone, either one, they do
In
it
the right hands.
right. And it's very easy to do, really. All you have to do is take some pictures, and you get some programs like Photoshop Express. It's a free program,
Mm-hmm.
and you can do filters, adjust levels. There's many powerful tools right at your fingertips, literally, and you can use it right on the cell phone. A lot of these I created using my cell phone. I flip it back and forth between my Samsung mini tablet or my iPad Pro, depending. The iPad Pro with Procreate has a lot more capability than the cell phone or the tablet because it's a dedicated program. But it really is an amazing tool, as I'll show you in a second. I have to load all these babies. Here we go. So the first one was a cell phone snapshot, started as, if you can believe that. And this was a beautiful telescope that I use, made by Explore Scientific. I don't work for them, but I have one, and it's an amazing telescope for lunar, planetary, and even deep space. But I prefer to use it for my lunar because it's crisp. And this image was done with an eyepiece projection into a 21 millimeter ethos eyepiece, 100-degree. I might have zoomed in a little, but as you can see, that is an amazing amount of detail, right? Scott, what do you think?
It's nice. Yes,
I
sir.
love that telescope.
We could bring
man.
Robert Reeves back. He'll tell you everything you see there.
Well, I mean, the tools are very important for different applications. This is the Arc of Montajura. This is my actual digital sketch of this area from an eyepiece sketch. I originally did a loose sketch on paper, typing paper, but then I remastered it in Procreate. So it was pretty cool how it came out. Almost looks like a watercolor, like a monochromatic ink wash painting, which I have done a few. This was actually a view I had looking out my window through the trees at the moon with my 10 by 42 Leica binoculars, very sharp. A lot of these were done using binoculars because it's comfortable and easy to prop them up and just look through and then look at your paper and draw, or your tablet, whatever you're using. Plus, you don't need to worry about night vision because you're drawing the moon or even the planets. This was the charcoal wash sketch of the moon, loose on paper. I thought I'd get my hands dirty again, and boy, did I make a mess on the floor. That's why I prefer to paint digitally, because you don't have the mess and the expense of all the materials to make these. Digital can be very inexpensive. This was a view I had in the evening of the moon. You can just see a beautiful crescent moon in the clouds. Another one, moon in the clouds. We've had some amazing clear blue skies out here in California. but rain too. So the rain clouds are a nice visit to include in my sketches. I love them actually. As you see, the marine layer burned off, exposing a beautiful moon, crescent moon daytime. You know, daytime's a great time to observe. I do it all the time. This was at night. This cloud just settled in. The storm had blown through, and there's Jupiter off in the distance. It's always a real nice sight to see Jupiter and a close by star, which you think, but it's actually a planet, Jupiter. This was another one I did. Very kind of drifty piece.
Oh, I like that one.
These are all phases we've just had in February, by the way. We're going through February. Sorry about that. Another moon with the Jupiter and the clouds. Different position. These are sketches. That was the moon rising over Rocky Peak.
Very nice.
That's right next to Rocketdyne, where they did all the motors, the rocket motors for the space program. They tested and built right in these mountains. Rocky Peak. This was a killer view just on the first. The evening, the twilight was coming and the clouds were just barely parting with a spectral hue. And the moon was brightly shining through. See the clouds? Just a real nice feel, I think. This was another snow moon over Simi Valley. This is looking east towards the freeway, next to the foothills where the people live. A very nice area, but a wonderful view. Kind of hazy that night. This is actually the moon and Mercury, which was a great time to see it. As they were saying earlier, Mercury was visible.
Yeah.
But it's only for a few days, really, maybe a week or two. It's in prime position. This was very high in the sky. I'd never seen it that high. So I was able to get a great shot of Mercury. It was very stable in the crescent moon with Earth shine. You know, the Earth shine is the light cast off our oceans that goes 238,000 miles an hour, 238,000 miles at the speed of light to get to the moon, and you're still seeing the blue of the oceans of the Earth. The reflected light amazes me.
Hey, John, there's a question here.
Sure.
From Lacquerhead on watching on YouTube.
Kid, take it easy, man.
He says your sketches on cloudy nights are amazing.
Oh,
Have
thank
you
you.
used pressure-sensitive digital drawing tools?
Yes.
Or is the touch sensitivity like the normal tablet or smartphone?
Well, there's two ways to do it. In Procreate, yes, I have a variance of all different sizes and pressures. I can go from a thick black line to a hairline and draw that circle and just hold it for a second and it snaps into a perfect circle. It's an amazing program. So does my Samsung dedicated program, has the same thing, but it's not as refined. So you can use the eraser to crispen up your lines, but it takes a lot of practice and it's usually sloppy. But anyway, yes, pressure sensitive. Here we go with the beautiful lunar eclipse last night. So I basically stayed up most of the night to get this. This was through the binoculars. Again, the binocular view is very comfortable. You know, you don't have to squint that hard because you're so relaxed. You're just resting, looking through there, and it's a real nice look. This was just after the shadow was moving its way to the limb. It was a real ruddy red feel. These are sketches too, like a muddy red, almost rust color. And I was like worried because I hope it reveals the full, disc. And there it is with 2 stars that I could see. I could actually see more, but I cropped the field here. What do you think, Scott?
I like it.
That was last night. That's exactly
Yeah.
at 3 a.m.
Nice.
3 to 4, it was really peaking. This is another great site. I've been following this site. It's very common that I've been seeing this. It's Castor and Pollux and Jupiter paired, all three together in the clouds this time. This was a binocular view. So it was right after the rain clouds were parting at night. Has a nice feel. I really enjoyed this one.
Been seeing that same thing, John. You
Yeah.
saw it captured in one of those images. It's a great pairing.
This is through my new C11 that the universe gave me at a very good price. It's just unbelievable how when you give things and you don't think about it, it seems to come back to you.
Yeah.
So I got rewarded with this C11 kit, and I polished it with carnauba, and I could see myself in there. Almost like Joy in the plates when you're a kid. Remember the commercial with the Joy? You could see your reflection. Your plates were so clean. But anyway, this is my Jupiter, and first image that I was getting of a planet with the C11, and I was just shocked. It was from the 80s too, well kept soda glass corrector plate. But I'll tell you, what an amazing image. And look at the detail on Jupiter, the spot and the belts. Yeah, very good
awesome
view.
Those worlds of destinies.
Then here's my second one. And I can't remember the name offhand of the three craters. It's Therius, Jacinta, and Cyrillus, or something like that. I think that's it.
I can help you out with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the one on the left is Theophilus.
Theophilus, the youngest.
And then the center is Cyrillus. And the one on the far right is Katharina.
And how old is Katharina?
It is about 3.5 billion years old.
Jeez. And the other two are much younger, right?
No, they're very similar in age, but
Really?
the deal is the one on the left, Theophilus, is the youngest. And being the last man standing, it has been unaltered. So
Wow.
it retains its form, whereas the impact of Cyrillus and Theophilus have thoroughly ruined Katharina, and the impact of Theophilus ruined Cyrillus. So Cyrillus has been unaltered, so it remains.
You can almost see a blast wave coming off the second one. I mean, those craters, they really put some material out when they hit, right? Because there's no atmosphere. It just
there's a not only a ejecta wave, but a seismic wave that radiates out and shakes the territory and collapses and mutes the formation of the previous crater.
Man, I bet you have some amazing shots of this. This took weeks and weeks to do in side by side mode. You know. I get worked off a cell phone snapshot, but
I've got many images of that area.
Yeah, a lot of it was imagined. I just try to, paint lighting and reflection, shadows, and the three craters were relatively pronounced.
Well, it's a fairly good reproduction of the actual eyepiece view of the sunset view on this area. It's quite striking.
I appreciate that coming from you because you are the master. I mean, I was looking at your work going, it's a different level. I could work with some of those shots, I'll tell you.
Well, I'll tell you what, Robert, if
happy to send you them.
Yeah.
If you recognize what you're seeing, that means John drew it pretty well. It's always great for the two strong minds to come together.
Well, I appreciate you coming to my rescue. I kind of fumbled on that. I was gonna have my phone with that information. I always stutter on there's so many craters to remember, but this one's popular. A girl just did a sketch of this, and it's a complete different sketch. I would say it's more artistically done. It's a beautiful rendition using a Maxitoff. A very nice, scope for doing lunar work.
Mhm.
high power
Yeah.
crater. Don't you make one, Scott? A nice Maxitoff? I saw.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have a 4 inch and a 5 inch.
Yeah, 5 inches what she uses, and you can get a huge detail. Plus, the smaller aperture actually cuts down on the actual brightness of the moon because it doesn't have as much aperture. Sometimes under higher magnification, it'll dim it down like a filter, so it's helpful. On
Yeah,
high magnification.
the
Yeah,
larger aperture also is more prone to atmospheric turbulence.
sure.
So, I found the 7-inch Maksutov by both Skywatcher and Celestron seemed to be a very good
Oh,
break
powerful.
point, where the atmosphere does turbulent atmosphere doesn't affect it as much as a larger aperture instrument. Oh, that's
Well,
lovely.
this was my moon shots for the night. As you see, I'm addicted to it, and I just every day I look at it, and I've had the time, fortunately, to be able to work every day on these sketches. And the more you do, the more practice you get, the better you get. Practice makes perfect with anything you do,
Absolutely.
and it'll come. It definitely comes. Look at that jet. This is some amazing detail. I worked off a snapshot with that jet to get, but it's blurry. You know what I'm saying? I had to really do some work.
Oh, this is a painting?
Yes, that's a digital
Oh,
painting.
fooled me. I thought it was a snapshot.
Yeah, I do
I like this.
photorealism is my
Oh, that's beautiful.
what I did in college. I used to do portrait work, but now I'm into the heavenly bodies, the heavens, of course. And astronomy and sketching are two passions of mine. So together we're one, and I'm living life. I love it. I keep looking up because there's so much to see. And these having just instruments or even a cell phone, there's so much you can do. So the reason I show this is the 30-inch at Pinos. We're going to go deep space now. We have to get out there. I'm going to fly you out of here to our first object, which is done with my 28-inch f4.23 slipstream. This is actually an IP sketch. So M36 doesn't look like that in little scopes, I can tell you that. But you can resolve the stars, but this is the beautiful star, the Arch of Montezuma. You see it? The ghost of Montezuma. See the little,
I see it.
that's actually the galaxy NGC 404. The spikes
really-
are from the 16-inch telescope.
Yeah, really quick, Robert, I found your image of Theophilus and Cyrillus Caterina. You
Cyrillus,
posted online because we're supposed to be flying out to space, so we shouldn't be looking back at the moon. But I just wanted you to know I found your image, Robert. So we'll
I'm
have to compare those later.
cool. Well, I'm heading down to Australia to enjoy deep sky for the next week or during the next new moon. So I'm going to leave the moon behind and concentrate on southern skies.
There we
Beautiful.
go. All right,
Sounds like
John, we're
fun.
in space.
Anyway, speaking of ghosts, this is another one, the ghost of Jupiter in Hydra, the constellation just below Corvus. Very large constellation, but the ghost of Jupiter zoomed in.
Looks
Isn't
good.
that amazing? That's a sketch.
I have a bad habit of overexposing it, and it turns into a ball.
Yeah. This takes a lot of time to get it like that, but just don't tell my wife. This is using the Smart Eye in the 32-inch. So as they say, we do 15-second exposures because we're alt as, so you can only do short exposures, but you'll stack maybe a half hour worth, somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 exposures sometimes. But this is the Crab Nebula with the Antilla triband filter. So you get the different wavelengths of light, hydrogen and oxygen, and I think sulfur, maybe. M51 sketch, latest.
Nice.
M82, the cigar smart eye sketch, side by side. That's using a smart eye image and then
Beautiful work.
refining, remastering it and making it different, but in some ways almost better. But you can't get pinpoint stars like that with the camera. You can with a real astro camera and processing, but the smart eye, just your live feed, it blows them out. They're just real. They're beautiful, but so I have to repaint every star. So I might be seeing stars sometimes because I paint so many of them. NGC 891, speaking of stars, that field is
I love
scattered.
that galaxy.
Yeah, you're looking through these stars, which are literally, if you could imagine this, if you could touch that star, that galaxy would be way out of the solar system from your hand. It's just amazing. It's just an island in space. It's almost, you can't even see that. You know why? In millions of years, that light is from the beginning. They're already gone. They're traveling like so fast away from us that we'll never be able to see these forever because they'll be gone. So you have to enjoy them now for sure. NGC 2903 in Leo. It's another galaxy, slightly tipped spiral, smart eye image.
Very, very competitive with good astrophotography.
Yeah, it's just art. This is my flowers. I did a very short flower presentation. I usually do a few more to close. So this was just walking my dog. I was able to see this. So I took a cell phone snapshot, then go to work. You know, this could take 50 hours, which is stupid, but sometimes it's worth it.
Oh, that's a
Here's
beautiful
another question for you, John,
set of
before we
flowers.
go.
Boss and I, go ahead.
What is your method for drawing star clusters? I visualize a mental grid with multiple sections, but it's tough to keep things orderly as I manually move the scope.
That is one of the best ways to do it right there in a nutshell. Because when you have a grid, you can properly position the stars in the grid. You just do it grid by grid. Then when you complete the grid in the sphere, your circle, you have a complete, perfect replica, very close. And you can draw people like that. You can draw anything like that. And that's a great way to do it. Or you can, like sometimes planets, you can use a jig to start with. It's like a shape with a light hint of the bands, but you can paint the detail in. But the grid pattern is how they did it back in the day. It's the best way. Still one of the best ways. So you'll probably do some great work. Procreate, you can put it in side-by-side mode with a grid pattern. So your image has the grid and your drawing has the grid. And that's how I do it. So you nailed it. And this is my good night. Boss and I got to get back out. I'm going to travel tonight. Get to bed, that is. So we're going to sign off. Everybody, wish you the best.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Thank
And
you.
it's
Thank
been
you,
been a
John.
pleasure to be
everyone.
here.
Of all the sketches that you showed us, all the beautiful sketches, this one grabs me the most. This one is absolutely awesome.
Well, I
Self-portrait
pray
of you
for this
and your
world,
dog.
and I pray for all of you that we get through and keep looking up.
Will
Right,
do.
Scott?
Very nicely done.
Right?
It's a beautiful place to be. Every day I realize when I walk outside, I'm like, oh man, look at that. The moon, the blue sky, the clouds. You know, it's just flowers. Everything is, if you just take a little time to look. I mean, I'm lucky I have time to do that and I don't have to work. So blessed, I say.
Yeah, I've
Adrian,
been
so
doing
good to See those that
Oh, it's
galaxy
great seeing you,
picture.
John.
That
I've been
galaxy
doing way more
picture was
bowling than I should. It's good to see you too, Robert. Always
yeah,
good to see
Robert,
you.
beautiful work, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's
Yeah, I
the
found your image of
benchmark for
Theophilus and the other craters. It's absolutely beautiful. And it tied together John's drawing with what you got when it was one of your postcards from September of 2025.
Yeah.
So
Well,
the
they're all out there, and I appreciate you taking a look. And the rendition that he drew was very faithful. I was impressed.
yeah,
that's
I
excellent.
was looking at some of those crater shots, they just drift into blackness and you have to be there at the right time, right? You can, and
Mhm.
sometimes during the year, you can see only certain features once in a rare while that are rare, right?
Well, like I said, if you want any of my images to use as examples, I'd be happy to send them to you.
Well, thank you, Robert. I'll hit you up on that.
Well, I'll be out of the country for the next 3 weeks, but
Okay.
anytime after that, I'd be happy to help.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Took all the work out of it.
Well,
All right,
gentlemen,
Scott.
thank you so much. And I want to
Thanks.
thank the audience for tuning in to our 177th Global Star Party. And we'll be announcing the 178th here pretty soon. So you guys have a great night. Check out, if you weren't able to see that total lunar eclipse, I recommend you jump on Instagram or Facebook. You're going to see a ton of really great images. And, it's, I just love seeing that stuff because there's always someone new that comes to the fold and does a job that really blows everyone away. So thanks again, and
Take care.
you guys keep looking up.
Okay, enjoyed it.
See you
See you
later,
next
Thanks,
guys.
time.
everyone.
Next time.
Bye bye.
Next time.
Bye.